guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Haya. Joe Biden and his predecessor, Donald Trump, are tonight facing off against one another in the first presidential debate of this tightly fought campaign, more than 4 months before Americans go to the polls. The 90-minute head-to-head in the US city of Atlanta is a rematch of when the pair took to the stage 4 years ago. Trump, who's since been charged for inciting an attempted insurrection and become the first president to be criminally convicted, lost that election, an outcome he denies. It's the earliest general election debate in American history, so early in the year, in fact, that these two candidates are not yet even their own party's official nominees. Bolivian police have arrested the leader of an attempted coup just hours after the presidential palace in La Paz was stormed by soldiers. The military leader in charge, General Juan José Zúñiga, has said he wants to restructure democracy. Meanwhile, protesters in Kenya are preparing to resume protests there, despite President William Ruto reversing a controversial finance bill which sparked demonstrations this week that turned deadly. Isabel Nakira reports.
Kenyan President William Ruto has conceded to demands of young people and repealed the finance bill that seeks to raise taxes on basic commodities. The bill has now been returned to Parliament for reconsideration. Thousands came out to protest tax increments resulting in loss of lives and destruction of property. Kenya is sitting on a staggering 80 billion debt pile, and lawmakers were hoping to use these taxes to pay that down. But after the public backlash, Mr. Ruto has now directed austerity measures to cut down on public expenditures.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's announced steps are being taken to present a clear path to peace at a second global peace summit aimed at striking an arrangement to end the war with Russia.
We need real steps, everything that can bring just and lasting peace closer to us, Ukrainians.
France's leading far-right parties on course for victory in parliamentary elections. Polls show the National Rally finishing ahead of both the left-wing coalition and President Macron's centrist alliance. Ross Cullen's been following their campaign.
They want to bring immigration down to zero and repeal Emmanuel Macron's controversial pension reforms. Their leading candidate, Marine Le Pen, says she's confident that the National Rally will win an outright majority, which would mean a far-right prime minister would be appointed, a major setback for the centrist president, who shocked the nation when he called this snap election just 3 weeks ago.
And wildfires are continuing to ravage the Arctic Circle. High-intensity blazes are taking hold there for the third time in the past 5 years. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Fresh research suggests that climate change may be doing more damage to large ice sheets in the Antarctic than has previously been understood. Scientists have identified a tipping point in the survival of ice sheets that could suggest a higher future rise in sea levels than current models predict.
Even though sea level rise from the Antarctic ice sheet is relatively slow at the moment, all evidence suggests that could rise very dramatically.
Dr. Alexander Bradley with the British Antarctic Survey is the study's lead researcher.
We've identified a new way in which warm ocean water is able to seep beneath the world's ice sheets in Antarctica and Greenland. Previously, we thought that the ice was kind of just sat on top of the bedrock below, but actually this warm water is able to seep long distances beneath the ice. That provides a lot of heat for melting the ice. A small change in ocean temperatures, which results from a small change in potentially the amount of greenhouse gas emissions, could lead to a very dramatic change in the amount of melting that's taking place.
The findings were published this week in the journal Nature Geoscience. The ice melt the scientists identified is not included in the models currently used by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. They could explain why ice sheets in Antarctica and Greenland are shrinking faster than expected. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Our top stories again. Joe Biden and his predecessor Donald Trump are tonight facing off against one another in the first presidential debate of this tightly fought campaign, more than 4 months before Americans go to the polls. Bolivian police have arrested the leader of an attempted coup hours after the presidential palace in La Paz was stormed by soldiers. And wildfires are continuing to ravage the Arctic Circle. That's the latest feature story news. I'm Benji Haya in Washington.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. A DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Thank you very much. It is showtime. Go time, showtime. Here comes a Friday. All right, ready or not, I see the weekend knocking on the door. as we'll make our way toward that final weekend for the month of June. Rolling into Independence Day week-long celebration. July 4 next Thursday, right? So here we go. I am Steve Summers. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. On a beautiful, clear night, 67 degrees outside the secret bunker, as we kick off a new day. All right, quite the debate, huh? That was pretty exciting stuff. Or not? Undoubtedly, we'll have plenty to cover there. All I can say is, first things first, I think we can safely say stick a fork in Joe Biden. Yeah, the Democrats are absolute in panic mode. Did not go according to plan. Not at all. Who are they going to replace him with? That's what the Democrats are asking. Let's start off, though, as we typically do. I know folks tune in for our traveler's weather, see what's going on. Another active night in parts of the country with showers, thunderstorms, some strong storms right there in central portions of South Dakota. A big batch of severe weather there. Another cell of strong storms in south central Kansas, just right about the Oklahoma line. South central Kansas, north central Oklahoma. So we begin things with a look at, the stormy weather. That line pushing through the Dakotas is going to ultimately bring more rains to the areas that are continuously dealing with flooding. Along with the ongoing flooding concerns, more severe weather with high winds, hail, and a few tornadoes will continue over the central states on the northern rim of the southern heat. As indeed, again, the heat advisories extending through the heart of Kansas, most of Oklahoma, much of Texas, and northern Louisiana. The heat dome is in place once again. Overnight tonight, Thursday into Friday, severe thunderstorms will extend as far south as New Mexico and northern Texas, on up into the Dakotas. The area from northern Colorado, northeastern portions of the state, southeastern Montana, western North Dakota can see some numerous severe thunderstorms and some large hail. As we roll into Friday, that threat continues to push further to the east, returning to a large part of the Midwest where widespread severe weather is forecast. From northern Missouri, again to Iowa and northwest Illinois. According to AccuWeather, wind gusts with the storms today, it could be up to 80 miles per hour for this Friday afternoon. At that intensity level, could see a lot of property damage, down trees. Obviously, power outages are likely. Saturday, to kick off the weekend, the severe weather threat zone will extend in a roughly west to east fashion, extending from Kansas all the way to Ohio, with high winds, hail being the major threats. And even more severe thunderstorms can be expected to erupt on the northern edge of a resurging heat dome over the south central states. As we look ahead to next week, it's a pattern in the northeast where you're going to be up and down, a pattern with big swings in temperature and humidity, with thunderstorms in between will continue in the northeast through much of the first week of July. As the heat dome governs conditions over much of the southern half of the country, well into July, that weather's going to fluctuate from the upper Midwest to much of the Northeast. As each front pushes through the area, you'll have warm-ups and cool-downs. You're going to be stuck in a cycle where it may be delightful for a day or two, and then back to the hot, humid weather for a couple of days, off and on. In between and during the transitions, that's where you'll see these showers and thunderstorms with severe weather in some areas. A batch of cooler, less humid air will continue to cycle through the Northeast on into Friday and Friday night. To some, it'll even almost feel fall-like More sensitive people may feel the need to put on long sleeves and a jacket come evening Friday. However, a quick turnaround. People, you'll go to sleep with the windows open Friday night, wake up Saturday morning, and notice the air has turned muggy once again from New York City on south and west. Warmth and humidity will quickly build across that region on Saturday. As the air becomes more humid, spotty showers and thunderstorms are likely to erupt. Then a cool front approaches later Saturday into Sunday. Thunderstorms may be more numerous. Ahead of the front, high temperatures will be well into the 80s, maybe even 90 in parts of the mid-Atlantic. That surging warmth and humidity boosting thunderstorms where some could reach severe levels. Then muggy conditions are on store region-wide for Saturday night. Lows in most areas only in the mid-60s to mid-70s. Now, if you've got outdoor plans for the upcoming weekend, you're going to have to monitor the weather for changing conditions. Of course, lightning is the biggest threat for those with outdoor plans from later Sunday to Monday. Again, temperatures and humidity levels will drop from northwest to southeast in the wake of the next frontal system. By Monday morning, temperatures are going to dip into the 40s and 50s over the interior northeast, lower to mid-60s in the mid-Atlantic. So you're talking a big 10 to as much as 20-degree turnaround from what you saw Saturday night. That's where you'll see a couple more refreshing days, low humidity, almost fall-like, Monday and Tuesday. Then the heat and humidity begins to build in once again Wednesday and on into Independence Day. Right now, it appears weather conditions should be fairly typical for the 4th of July in the Northeast. A bit of sunshine, hot, rather humid conditions. The extent of afternoon and evening thunderstorm activity has yet to be determined this far out. But widespread highs, mid-80s to mid-90s, seem likely at this point for Independence Day in the Northeast, and cooler conditions maybe right along the beaches along the eastern seaboard. Our number, 844-844-3388. Let's get her rolling here. Pappy was out of the box, ready to go. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour and TGIF, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust. From the Hotshot Secret Hidden Bunker, Steve's throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The Stick Shit Eliminator power mic is on. The big guy seems to be in a heap of trouble. CNN commentators are literally throwing Joe overboard. 844-844-3388. Those are the digits to dial us up. Tell us your thought on tonight's performance by both Trump and Biden. Don't be a scarecrow. Dial us up. Let's see. What have we got? Dial Steve up. 100 degrees, 150 degrees in the Biden camp. Throw out the lifeboat. Abandon ship. 67 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Feels pretty good out. Time to turn up the volume, snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Heat up that cup of Joe, no pun intended. Or you can be like Big Ed. If you can't find 'em, grind 'em. Are you with me? Jacob, hello, Mr. Summers and the Overnight Drive. We're at 75 degrees, Kingsport, Tennessee tonight. Roy, good morning. Early take on the debate was that neither landed any sort of a knockout blow, although the market odds have kind of narrowed slightly for a Trump win. Cap and Rod in the house, one day closer to the greatest day of the week. I'm guessing this won't be a casual Friday. What do you think? Have a great weekend, everybody. Semper Fi. Dirty Harry, welcome aboard, folks. I'm here, but I'm still trying to figure out what the hell did Joe say. James says, looks like the puppet got destroyed tonight. Marianne, good morning, Steve and the Overnight family. Everybody have a great weekend. Hello to Steve Davenport. Good morning. Who else? Billy is on board. Big Ed. Well, I look for the Democrats to replace Joe at the convention. My money is on Gavin Newsom or Hillary. Double R. Hello, Steve. Hope everybody's doing okay. Yeah, what a debate. It's a no-brainer who the next president will be. Well, unless we see a substitute coming in. That's the big concern. Everybody be safe tonight. I miss talking to you all. Got a lot of stuff going on. Okay, been thinking about you there, Double R. Hope everything's okay. Hello, Dennis on board. Here comes the camel to finish the country off. God have mercy. Good morning, everybody. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 83 degrees in Burlington, Colorado tonight. Worst debate I've ever seen. Neither candidate answered questions. It was like watching two 3-year-olds argue. I think we need 2 new candidates. Our country's future is not looking good. Special shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Kit Carson County. Hello to the Michigan Madman. What do we got? Everybody have a great weekend. I saw your post there. Looks like you had a good time. Got to surprise the wife with the little helicopter ride this past morning. Had beautiful weather there, though, according to the Michigan Madman. Billy Lennon, hello and good morning. Steve and the overnight drive, folks. What a debate. Anybody thinks Joe can serve 4 more years is insane. Have a great Friday. Shorty, I-77 northbound, Bastion, Virginia tonight. We are at 65 degrees and Columbus bound. Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. 63 in Wallkill, New York at this hour. Headed to Schenectady. Then back to the yard. We'll be off till Monday night. It's barbecue competition this weekend, Saturday, Sunday, in Delta, PA, York County's Barbecue Festival there. Good times. All right. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday, hump day, whatever day it is on your calendar. Got the usual run tonight. Hard to believe we're halfway through another year. Next week, Independence Day. Wow. My, how time flies. Hope everybody has a good night. We've got hazy skies and spots, 71 degrees. Be safe and have a great weekend or holiday week for many when you get to it. Oh, yes, and happy birthday to the Michigan Madman. Almost forgot about that. Thanks for the reminder there, David. Brain Dead, good morning, Steve. Happy Friday to you. It's the greatest day of the week for Brain Dead. Monday indefinitely feels like 179 clear at the Memphis International Airport. We'll call it a bit later. Got a lot going on in the NASCAR world tonight. All right, Dave, 86 degrees, mostly clear, deep in the heart of Texas tonight. Good morning, Steve and the overnight family. Everybody have a great weekend. Be safe, and God bless America. Top of the morning from Santa Claus, 58 degrees in, what is it? Etobicoke, Ontario, Canada. Yeah, watched the debate at a local lakeside marina restaurant this evening. Santa Claus out. I'm just kind of curious, though, he says, why pretty boy Gavin Newsom was in Atlanta tonight. I didn't catch that. He was actually there, huh? Quite interesting. So I tuned into about the first hour of the debate, and kind of what we expected. Joe was definitely trailing off, losing his train of thought. And and Lauren Weiss is right. Neither candidate really directly answering the questions that were asked of them. But Joe, it was abysmal for Joe. And Pappy dialed me up after the debate, and he said, Steve, I've stuck around, and I flipped over to CNN because I wanted to see what the liberals, what the left had to say about Joe's performance. And he made it sound like they are throwing him literally under the bus. Who is going to replace Joe? Social media quick to roast the appearance of both Joe and Trump at the debate this past evening, although far more appeared to focus on the current president. Both candidates introduced by moderators Dana Bash and Jake Tapper without a live studio audience, as we know, leaving their walk-ins mostly silent. But literally minutes into the debate, many were commenting on the appearance of both candidates, particularly Joe. Now, both camps have been poking at the other's age. Trump at 78, Biden at 81. One commenter said, good golly, they both look like absolute shish kebab. The journalist Chris Kaliza, minutes into the debate, said, it's hard to imagine this debate starting worse for Joe. And numerous comments, social media was lighting up. Mike says, sorry, I'm voting for President Biden, but what a disaster so far. Look, this debate was a total, complete disaster for Biden. He looked old. His answers trailed off repeatedly. He was hard to understand. He would stop in mid-sentence and move on to something else. I never thought he would be this bad. This is truly stunning. Edward Luce says, this is a disaster. Democrats need to end their self-imposed censorship on Biden and fix this. There's 2 months until the convention. Other countries hold general elections in less time than that. Dave Wasserman, this debate making abundantly clear Biden's insistence on running for another term when 66% of voters in our swing state polls believe he won't be able to finish a second term. He has gravely jeopardized the Democrats' prospects to defeat Trump. Former CNN host Brian Stetler, noting the difference between Trump and Biden. In his words, striking. Now, he said he was not even watching. I'm listening on the radio, and the audible difference between Biden and Trump is really striking. Yeah, Biden's voice not sounding great right out of the box. Peter Dowell says it's criminal political negligence that Democrats rigged their primary to nominate Biden, who looks half alive on the debate stage facing Trump. Julio Varela, this is not good for Biden. He looks tired. He looks exhausted. All right, Brian Wu, this is more painful than watching a Saw movie. Biden is beyond incoherent. He looks old and weak. I loathe Trump with every cell in my body. But people that don't follow politics closely are not going to vote for a candidate that seems this gone. The Young Turks look at Biden. I don't want to. All right. Conservatives, of course, also piled in on Biden quickly. Yeah, Joe looking angry and confused. Yeah, not good for Biden. Tired, exhausted. Trump is showing, Ben Shapiro says Trump is showing discipline. Biden looks as though he might die while we're on the air. Now, the Young Turks co-founder, Cenk Uygur, who ran his own independent presidential campaign, declared this debate was over just minutes in, saying Biden looks ancient, losing his train of thought, speaking in a barely audible whisper. They have to pull him. Now, I take you back to, if there's one individual that, I don't know when and where the transition took place, Matt Drudge, who was, for many years, appeared to be a staunch conservative, has done a complete about-face in recent years. He's an absolute anti-Trumper, Trump hater from the get-go. And, of course, his website posting everything the liberal left has negative to say about Donald Trump. But even Drudge headlines at this hour. Top story, the photograph of Joe looking confused. Operation Replace Biden. Headline number 2. Democrats scramble with 130 days to go. Headline number 3. Debate catastrophe. Axelrod tells Republicans, if Biden's replaced, you guys are in trouble. That, many of us have been saying for some time. Why did they schedule this debate? It's not even July yet. We're several months from the convention. This was either a way of trying to show the people that Joe is up to the task, or if he fails abysmally, which appears to be the case, will they replace? Who will they replace him with? Would that indeed put the Democrats in a much better position to possibly be able to defeat Donald Trump? All right, so Drudge actually has his own poll up and running. Who should replace Biden? Your options are Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, Gretchen Whitmer, or other. Currently, looking at the poll numbers here, 39, just under 40%, nearly 20,000 votes say other than the four listed there. 23% say Gavin Newsom, just over 11,600 votes. 14% say Kamala Harris, just over 7,000. 12% say Hillary Clinton. And he's actually got Gretchen Whitmer in the mix there, which I say not. 10.2%, that's just over 5,000. But they're looking to replace Joe. I think it's inevitable. We'll get to your calls ahead here. What do you say? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Haya. Joe Biden and his predecessor, Donald Trump, are tonight facing off against one another in the first presidential debate of this tightly fought campaign, more than 4 months before Americans go to the polls. The 90-minute head-to-head in the U.S. city of Atlanta is a rematch of when the pair took to the stage 4 years ago. Trump, who's since been charged for inciting an attempted insurrection and become the first president to be criminally convicted, lost that election, an outcome he denies. It's the earliest general election debate in American history, so early in the year, in fact, that these two candidates are not yet even their own party's official nominees. Bolivian police have arrested the leader of an attempted coup just hours after the presidential palace in La Paz was stormed by soldiers. The military leader in charge, General Juan José Zúñiga, has said he wants to restructure democracy. Meanwhile, protesters in Kenya are preparing to resume protests there, despite President William Ruto reversing a controversial finance bill which sparked demonstrations this week that turned deadly. Isabel Nakira reports.
Kenyan President William Ruto has conceded to demands of young people and repealed the finance bill that seeks to raise taxes on basic commodities. The bill has now been returned to Parliament for reconsideration. Thousands came out to protest tax increments resulting in loss of lives and destruction of property. Kenya is sitting on a staggering 80 billion debt pile, and lawmakers were hoping to use these taxes to pay that down. But after the public backlash, Mr. Ruto has now directed austerity measures to cut down on public expenditures.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's announced steps are being taken to present a clear path to peace at a second global peace summit aimed at striking an arrangement to end the war with Russia.
We need real steps, everything that can bring just and lasting peace closer to us, Ukrainians.
France's leading far-right parties on course for victory in parliamentary elections. Polls show the National Rally finishing ahead of both the left-wing coalition and President Macron's centrist alliance. Ross Cullen's been following their campaign.
They want to bring immigration down to zero and repeal Emmanuel Macron's controversial pension reforms. Their leading candidate, Marine Le Pen, says she's confident that the National Rally will win an outright majority, which would mean a far-right prime minister would be appointed, a major setback for the centrist president, who shocked the nation when he called this snap election just 3 weeks ago.
And wildfires are continuing to ravage the Arctic Circle. High-intensity blazes are taking hold there for the third time in the past 5 years. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, on a casual Friday. It may not be so casual, right? I don't know. What do you think about David Axelrod? He's a CNN commentator, a former Obama administration official. You remember the name? He, following the debate, all but saying Joe Biden should be replaced as the presumptive nominee. A raspy 81-year-old Biden struggled through the debate, while Trump uttered a slew of falsehoods. The president struggled to respond to a question about the national debt, concluding we finally beat Medicare, where Trump pounced, saying, yeah, he did beat Medicare. He beat it to death. Axelrod says, I just want to say one thing, especially to you two guys, speaking on CNN, addressing the Republican strategists, Scott Jennings and David Urban. If, for whatever reason, there's a change at the top of the ticket, you guys are in trouble with Donald Trump, because the guy was up there tonight is not a guy who's going to inspire people. He did not show in any way that he's changed. Jennings replied by saying Trump won several policy exchanges tonight, but agreed with Axelrod's critique on Trump's lack of optimism. However, he said viewers' main takeaway from the debate is going to be Biden appearing old and feeble. To which Axelrod responds, but that's not what I said, Scott. What I said was if Joe Biden were not the candidate, if there's another candidate, I think Trump would be in deep trouble. Axelrod was not alone among Democrats. There was a lot of panic among the hosts on MSNBC. Joy Reid even said, my phone really never stopped buzzing throughout. The universal reaction was somewhere approaching panic, she says. People who were texting me very concerned about Joe seeming extremely feeble, extremely weak. Panic mode. Lauren Weiss kicks it off here. What's going on?
Morning, Steve. Let me get back to my truck here. I thought that debate was a disaster for both of them. Neither one of them really answered any questions.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with them about Joe Biden. He's shot. And I think that Donald Trump is They just need to find the right Democratic candidate, whether it's William McRaven or Gavin Newsom, and one of those two in the election will smoke Donald Trump, is in my opinion. And I don't think that I don't like either one of these candidates. This debate tonight was just a real eye opener, and I'm not surprised they didn't allow Bobby Kennedy Jr. to be involved in that, because he would have really taken both of them guys to task. They didn't answer any questions at all. Donald Trump never came out and said anything at all when they asked him almost 3 times about whether he would contest another election. So I don't know. It's a disaster in my opinion, and I'm probably gonna piss everybody off saying that. But I'm a critical thinker. One of the things I do is I invest in, under the financial stuff. We were spending just as much money and building just as much deficit under Donald Trump as we have under Joe Biden. They just didn't have the chance because of COVID. He got curtailed from spending as much money. So I'm not real pleased with him as a candidate. I've voted third-party candidate in the past. And one of the things everybody in the country needs to look at is the fact that we have more than 2 political parties. They just don't advertise a lot.
Right.
When you go to vote in this election, November 4th, in every state, 50 states, there's going to be 5 names on that ballot. So
who do you think they're gonna? I mean, I think it's all but a foregone conclusion they're going to replace Joe. I don't see them replacing Trump. I mean, neither convention is taking place yet. It could happen, but yeah.
Well, here's the thing to think about. We've still got this sentencing coming up from this judge too, and he could very easily knock Donald Trump out by putting him in prison and muddying the waters in that direction. And I personally think Dan Bongino, a month ago, I happened to hear him say that he thought that the Democrats were going to let Biden falter in this debate as a way to get him out of there. And I think they're going to start the talks, if they haven't already, tonight. And we know that Gavin Newsom is Nancy Pelosi's nephew, so he's got to be the top guy there. The ground, but that doesn't mean that he can't come back and act like he's going to be a center, a Bill Clinton central type guy. So I don't know, but I don't have a lot of confidence, like you were just talking about with those 2 commentators, that if they bring anybody that's even halfway stout in under the Democrats, I don't think Donald Trump can beat him. I really don't. And because one of the things, I'm one of the people that believes that there were some shenanigans that went on in this last election, Steve.
Sure.
But I also believe that Donald Trump kind of, he runs his mouth too much and gets too many people pissed at him, and I think that kind of helped put the margins so close that they were able to finagle that election. So, did he do good tonight? Yeah, he did. He was stout. He was strong, but he still didn't. Neither one of them answered any questions. They just kept redirecting. And then what was this thing about arguing about, I thought they were going to drop their pants a bigger package down there after that, the way they were getting into that. I mean, it was ridiculous. So that's just my opinion on it. And I don't think Republicans sounded too strong, and Sean Hannity's forcing that Kool-Aid down everybody's throat about how great Donald Trump did, and Lindsey Graham and all them other guys. But I think they be careful, because you look at this last midterm election, all these candidates that Trump backed, they all got beat pretty bad in the election, and so we'll see what happens. I mean, if they do replace Joe Biden, and I think they're going to, I think he'll get up there and he'll announce it to them convention, if not before, that he's not going to run again. And they don't have to automatically put Kamala Harris there. If he resigns from office, they don't automatically have to put the vice president in there, so they could replace them both on the ticket.
Okay.
And, so we'll see what happens, but I'm going to say between Admiral William McRaven, who's not a politician, but they could put him in there to run because, you know, he had some disputes with Trump, and he's
all right. And hey, great. Well, Lauren's dropping in between cells there, but hey, thank you for dialing us up there. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. For months, many had been alluding to Michelle Obama being drafted in to save the country. I mean, based on this past day's report, I would have to question that. And she wasn't even on that list that Drudge has going about who should they replace Biden with. Report says former First Lady Michelle Obama is upset with the Biden family for how it discarded her close friend, Kathleen Buell, after her contentious divorce with Hunter Biden. Obama's frustration with the Bidens, along with her dislike of partisan politics, is why she hasn't been on the stump for Joe, despite her popularity. Now, the relationship, according to Axios, between the Obamas and Bidens was permanently strained due to a series of events back in 2015. Biden, who was then vice president, talking about a presidential run but was discouraged by Barack Obama. Beau Biden, Biden's son, died of cancer. Hunter had an affair with Beau Biden's widow, leading to his 2017 divorce of Buell. Michelle Obama has not attended any Biden events. Former President Barack Obama attended the White House State Dinner for Kenya's president, while Barack regularly advocates for Biden on X. Michelle has been virtually silent. 2017, Barack attended a fundraiser for the Beau Biden Foundation when Hunter was dating Haley Biden, Beau's widow. Barack described the Biden family dynamics as weird shish kebab, while Michelle felt Buell had been wronged, being blamed for Hunter Biden's various foibles. Now, Michelle did campaign for Joe in the 2020 election, and First Lady Jill attended a memorial service for Michelle's mom, who had recently passed away. I don't know that that means definitively she would not step in. Replacing Joe doesn't mean not liking Joe doesn't mean you might be willing to replace Joe. I don't know. Boy, we have a lot of uncertainties after tonight's debate. Big Ed.
Well, I'll tell you. 1968 for the Democratic Party is repeating itself. You know, when President Johnson bowed out for a second term. Now, really, they can get President Biden to take the high road and just bow out. They are in trouble, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Now, who are they going to replace him with? I think it will probably be more Gavin Newsom. That Steve, I mean, the guy is pale. There was no color to this man's features. Did you notice that?
Yes, he did. He looked. Now, supposedly the White House before the debate said Joe has a cold right now. And that's why his voice was
Joe's
raspy.
got something going on with his blood.
Okay.
The last time I seen an individual that pale, that white, when I walked into my wife's hospital room, and she was knocking on heaven's door. And I asked her, I said, how do you feel? And she said, I never felt better in my life. And I looked right at her, and I said, you're dying.
Wow.
That's the last time I seen that kind of a pale person. And President Biden's sick. I will venture to say if he's alive in a year, I'll be real surprised. And I'm not saying that to be mean, Steve.
Right.
That scared me. That scared me when I was shocked when he walked out there on that stage. I thought, that man is dying. I ain't making fun of President Biden. I'm not saying he's a bad man. I'm just telling you what that's the first reaction I think.
Mm-hmm.
President Trump. You can just tell he's so eat up with anger. And I guess justifiably so. He's taking all this personal. I don't know that he even really gives a crap about this country any more than the liberal left. He is taking it all personal. I didn't get the feel from him that he cares about America's problem. I didn't get that feeling. Did you?
Well, not really. I mean, it was more about, just like you said, he's angry. I think he controlled his temper.
Oh, he might speak. Yes, and it jumped out on the TV screen. He's so angry. You could see he was eat up and angry. I would have fit that to him. He wanted to explode. All I can do is go back to the other, like Ronald Reagan, when he was debating Walter Mondale or Jimmy Carter. You know, how each candidate reacted to one another. I've seen, good debates, good presentation. You can have a good message, and if you don't present it right, it's just going to go through one ear and out the other at people. It's the way you deliver your message. And I just don't feel good about either, well, naturally President Biden, but I still am not comfortable going back with President Trump. Now, I think what's going to make or break President Trump is who the hell he picks for his vice presidential running mate. I really do.
Now, supposedly his vice presidential running mate, last week he said he knows who it is. He hasn't told anyone, but he did say they would be at the debate. All I know is that J.D. Vance was there, Marco Rubio was there. I think is it Bergstrom, the guy from North Dakota? He was there.
Yes.
Now I don't. Pappy told me that.
And Snoqualmie or whatever.
See, I didn't realize that. Pappy brought that up. He said Ramaswamy was, I guess, doing a lot of interviews before the debate. So I don't know.
I don't think Ramaswamy's going to be it. What about Scott? Was he there?
I do not know Tim. I don't know that Tim Scott was there or not. I did not see him on the list.
I would be comfortable with a Scott or even a Rubio or the Florida governor. What's his name?
DeSantis.
Yeah, DeSantis. I would be comfortable with either one of them three as his running mate. But I think that's what's going to make or break him. Now, as far as RFK Jr., like Lauren was talking about third-party candidates, I don't know. I just can't quite get a feel for him. But like I said, I was totally shocked, and I'm not going to make fun of President Biden. The man is sick. I'm not stupid. I can see it. It just jumped out at me. It just totally floored me. That's because the last time I seen somebody that fell, that was my wife when she was in the hospital. Now, I know what I was looking at, and I would say this. If you believe in God and Jesus Christ, say a prayer for President Biden, just for his health alone. And that's how I feel, Steve. I think we got to get it right. That's all I know. And who's that going to be? I don't know. Is it going to be on the left or is it going to be on the right? We are a country that it reminds me of the late 1960s.
Yeah.
Am I saying we're doomed or over? But no, that's what I'm saying. History repeating itself.
Yeah, but we all know.
That's all
Buckeye Boy pointed out clearly. The entire world was obviously watching tonight. Obviously, Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong Un, the Ayatollah in Iran. China's. They're all closely watching, and they've seen what's been happening on the world stage with Joe, and I don't know. You're going to have to watch closely.
Do you think just because of what took place tonight and what people are their reaction, do you think that, like if China was going to make a move on Taiwan, now would probably be the time to do it?
That's a frightening line of thinking, but yes,
I
think
but
it's a distinct possibility.
That's what I was sitting there thinking when I was watching this debate. Our enemies, if they're going to strike, now's the time to do it. I'm not trying to be a doomsdayer. So get prepared, Mr. and Mrs. America. We're in for a hell of a ride. And Steve, I wanted to talk a little bit about what's going on in Oklahoma with the Bible. But I won't say that in the case you didn't heard, our school superintendent wants the Bibles in the school. I would love to hear Brother Rambler's opinion on that, but if you want to save that for another show, but yeah, if you would bring that up.
Absolutely, yes. That was another pretty big story over the past day, Oklahoma. Now this is undoubtedly going to be taken to the courts, going to be some hell of a battle, I assume. Right on the heels of what was Louisiana a couple of weeks ago when they made the declaration that the 10 Commandments will be posted in all the public schools there, just the 10 Commandments. Oklahoma announcing this past day that the Bible will be in all public schools, and students grades 5 through 12 will be educated on the Bible based on the significance of its role in the founding of this country, the basic principles of the Bible. That's taken it to another level, but that was big story out of Oklahoma this past day. So, we'll delve more into that as well. Got a lot to cover. Buckeye Boy checks in from Appleton, Wisconsin, 64 degrees, got the delivery off this past afternoon. No problem. We'll pick it up Friday about 12:30 heading south. Well, now the world has seen what's been hidden by the puppet masters. I would keep a close eye on China, Russia, North Korea, Iran. They now know how frail this leader is, and they're guessing a regime change has a real chance of happening in November, so they'll have a limited window to make their moves. I'm kind of worried we're not up to the challenge, because who we have leading our military. Have a great night, a better weekend, and everybody be careful out there. The military did come up during the debate. Joe trying to say that the military loves him. Trump saying, no, Joe, the most in the military cannot stand the commander-in-chief. And I guess the numbers kind of portray that if the fact checkers were on that, that was a correct statement. Because the numbers come out this past day, over 55% of military families say their well-being has declined under the Biden administration, citing financial strain, stresses of military life, loneliness. Survey published Wednesday by the nonprofit Military Family Advisory Network. None of these issues live in a vacuum. These issues are all connected. They impact each other. In the survey of over 10,000 active duty military personnel, National Guard and Reserve members, veterans, retirees, and family members, the results provide an in-depth look into the military community's recurring and emerging support needs. Some of the findings include 27.7% of active duty service members were experiencing food insecurity. 21% of military spouses said they're unemployed. 59% of military members said they're lonely, while 11% said they've considered suicide. 80% of families said they face a housing burden, and just 20% said they could comfortably afford rent and utility payments. Just 57% said they would recommend joining the military. That's down from 62% in 2021. Yeah, the cost of living is so high, the pay is mediocre. Everywhere you turn, there's something going up in price. Nothing is cheap, said one respondent.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing at Transcap. We're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Haya. Joe Biden and his predecessor, Donald Trump, are tonight facing off against one another in the first presidential debate of this tightly fought campaign, more than 4 months before Americans go to the polls. The 90-minute head-to-head in the U.S. city of Atlanta is a rematch of when the pair took to the stage 4 years ago. Trump, who's since been charged for inciting an attempted insurrection and become the first president to be criminally convicted, lost that election, an outcome he denies. It's the earliest general election debate in American history, so early in the year, in fact, that these two candidates are not yet even their own party's official nominees. Bolivian police have arrested the leader of an attempted coup just hours after the presidential palace in La Paz was stormed by soldiers. The military leader in charge, General Juan José Zúñiga, has said he wants to restructure democracy. Meanwhile, protesters in Kenya are preparing to resume protests there, despite President William Ruto reversing a controversial finance bill which sparked demonstrations this week that turned deadly. Isabel Nakira reports.
Kenyan President William Ruto has conceded to demands of young people and repealed the finance bill that seeks to raise taxes on basic commodities. The bill has now been returned to Parliament for reconsideration. Thousands came out to protest tax increments resulting in loss of lives and destruction of property. Kenya is sitting on a staggering 80 billion debt pile, and lawmakers were hoping to use these taxes to pay that down. But after the public backlash, Mr. Ruto has now directed austerity measures to cut down on public expenditures.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's announced steps are being taken to present a clear path to peace at a second global peace summit aimed at striking an arrangement to end the war with Russia.
We need real steps, everything that can bring just and lasting peace closer to us, Ukrainians.
France's leading far-right parties on course for victory in parliamentary elections. Polls show the National Rally finishing ahead of both the left-wing coalition and President Macron's centrist alliance. Ross Cullen's been following their campaign.
They want to bring immigration down to zero and repeal Emmanuel Macron's controversial pension reforms. Their leading candidate, Marine Le Pen, says she's confident that the National Rally will win an outright majority, which would mean a far-right prime minister would be appointed, a major setback for the centrist president, who shocked the nation when he called this snap election just 3 weeks ago.
And wildfires are continuing to ravage the Arctic Circle. High-intensity blazes are taking hold there for the third time in the past 5 years. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Fresh research suggests that climate change may be doing more damage to large ice sheets in the Antarctic than has previously been understood. Scientists have identified a tipping point in the survival of ice sheets that could suggest a higher future rise in sea levels than current models predict.
Even though sea level rise from the Antarctic ice sheet is relatively slow at the moment, all evidence suggests that could rise very dramatically.
Dr. Alexander Bradley with the British Antarctic Survey is the study's lead researcher.
We've identified a new way in which warm ocean water is able to seep beneath the world's ice sheets in Antarctica and Greenland. Previously, we thought that the ice was kind of just sat on top of the bedrock below, but actually this warm water is able to seep long distances beneath the ice. That provides a lot of heat for melting the ice. A small change in ocean temperatures, which results from a small change in potentially the amount of greenhouse gas emissions, could lead to a very dramatic change in the amount of melting that's taking place.
The findings were published this week in the journal Nature Geoscience. The ice melt the scientists identified is not included in the models currently used by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. They could explain why ice sheets in Antarctica and Greenland are shrinking faster than expected. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Our top stories again. Joe Biden and his predecessor Donald Trump are tonight facing off against one another in the first presidential debate of this tightly fought campaign, more than 4 months before Americans go to the polls. Bolivian police have arrested the leader of an attempted coup hours after the presidential palace in La Paz was stormed by soldiers. And wildfires are continuing to ravage the Arctic Circle. That's the latest feature story news. I'm Benji Haya in Washington.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Back at it here as we kick off hour number 2. Hello to Eric, who says, good evening, good morning. I'm out of trucking, but still love hearing your voice. Good to have you with us there, Eric. Hello to Cliff. Dave McIntosh says, RFK ran as independent to take votes from Trump. Now he says the Dems will make him their candidate once Biden is out. Old Dems like him centrist Republicans like him. I don't know. Hello, Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners. Clear night here, Ironton, Virginia. It's 68 degrees. All right, Country Bumpkin checking in. Yeah, I thought it was boring. It's hard to swim with an anchor on your leg. Okay? Philly Dan, there he is, from the city of brotherly love. Joe Biden tested negative for president at the debate this past evening. It's crystal clear who the better person for the job is. Well, that's between the two, right? I think we're all coming to the conclusion that's going to change. Yes, Buckeye Boy, and I did share that. He says, I've heard the Messiah's wife hates politics and will not run. She likes the easy money of getting paid huge sums for special appearances and speeches. That's, of course, Michelle Obama. Hello to Gary. Gary Montgomery. Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Have a good weekend, everybody. All right, down we go. Anybody else on board? There's a bunch of them. Pap checks in. Daniel, good morning from Fargo, North Dakota. A little bit of rain off and on as we roll into a Friday morning. Dave says, I'm not going to turn on Trump. He's still getting my vote. I don't care what the media says. He did what he said he would do the first time. He'll do it again. I was a lot better off with him in the White House. Now I'm an unemployed, paying almost twice what I was paying before for gas, groceries, insurance, and on and on. It is 844-844-3388. All right, who we got on board? Eagle, I believe it is.
Okay. Yeah, I'm doing. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Eagle. What'd you think?
Hey, before I say what I got to say, Steve, you know I don't like CNN. You know how I feel about them. I turned my television on to CNN after the debate, and I'm still in shock with what I heard. I never thought in my life, and I do mean life, that they would turn on Joe Biden, even though the loser, what's the guy's name? The guy that's supposed to be gay, Vanderbilt son, what's his loser's name? I forgot what his name is. This guy here, and they got a black guy on the show. They even said that Joe Biden is officially done. Joe Biden is through. The Democrats are in panic mode, Steve. They're panicking now. They're on CNN. They were literally saying that Joe Biden embarrassed himself and the Democrats, which I already knew he was going to do. I damn near laughed. I was laughing all night long. Well, I'm not going to be as nice as that previous caller who said he's not going to laugh at Biden because Joe Biden knew what he was getting into when he decided to take that debate. So I'm gonna laugh, Billy. I'm gonna laugh my ass off because see, Steve. But see, in a way, you should be laughing so much you should start crying because believe it or not, that's the most powerful man in the world. That guy you saw on the stage tonight. That's what's scary about the whole damn deal. Is that guy that you seen, Joe Biden? He's not only an embarrassment to himself, but an embarrassment to the whole United States. And I'm gonna say this, Steve. His family ought to be ashamed of themselves. Jill Biden, Hunter Biden, anybody associated with Joe Biden ought to be ashamed of themselves for putting that man on the stage tonight, knowing that man wasn't capable of getting the job done, and then they did it without even a damn teleprompter. A lot of people tried to say that Donald Trump was stepping into a rat hole. No, not Donald Trump didn't step into a rat hole. Joe Biden stepped into a rat hole tonight because everything was against Joe Biden with no kind of help whatsoever. This guy has no memory whatsoever. And then they say his voice was raspy. I don't know what the hell that was all about. If he caught a cold or what. The minute that I turned my TV on and heard him talking, I couldn't believe what the hell I saw, Steve. This is disgusting. People all over the world are looking at this and saying to themselves, anybody, and I'm gonna say this, Steve, that Dana Bash piece of garbage had the nerve to ask Donald Trump 3 or 4 times if he would accept the election results if he lost. Well, let me tell you something, Dana Bash. If Joe Biden wins this election, you know, anybody in their right mind knows that Joe Biden stole it, Steve. There's no way, and that goes, and I don't care who gets offended by what I say, Steve. Anybody that votes for Joe Biden, you're just as dumb as he is. Because if you seen what I seen on my television tonight, that guy is not qualified to be president, not of the United States, not of nothing, zero. I wouldn't make him president of my kindergarten son, my kid's school. That's how bad this guy was. This is terrible. If Joe Biden, let me tell you something. I told you this last week, Steve. If Joe Biden had any pride about himself, or if family had any pride about himself, tomorrow morning Joe Biden would hold a news conference in the White House and say, "Hey, listen, I'm dropping out. I'm out of the race. I can't do this no more. My health is not there. You know, I'm doing what's best for America. I can't get the job done. We got the border wide open. We got innocent women and kids getting killed. We got the economy out of control." And here's what this guy wants to talk about tonight, Steve. I really started laughing my ass off when Joe Biden had the nerve to say this. Can you believe that he had the nerve to challenge Donald Trump to a driving contest at the golf range? This man can barely walk, and he got the nerve to say he want to challenge Donald Trump to a driving range challenge. See who can drive the ball the farthest. This guy ought to be ashamed of himself, Steve. Did you hear what I just said?
Yes, I don't know where the hell that came from, but yeah, how that ended up in the debate is beyond me.
Yeah, that's embarrassing. That Joe, he looked like an angry old man. What he was tonight, just like people say, people with the dementia, they're very angry. Joe Biden was an angry man. You know, he had the nerve to try to confirm about. He lied about that, saying that Donald Trump said that the people in the military were fools and idiots, and he said that his son used to be in the military, and he was insulted by Donald Trump saying that people in the military were stupid. Donald Trump never said those words. Donald Trump told him that many generals in the military confirmed, I think he said 18 to 19 people confirmed that Donald Trump never said those words. Joe Biden told lie after lie tonight, and he just completely embarrassed himself. I thought, Steve, when he was gone for a week, I thought we was gonna see the Joe Biden that we seen at the deal that they had a couple of months ago. Apparently, whatever the hell they used on Joe Biden didn't work tonight. Somebody didn't get the job done because Joe Biden came out there looking real weak, Steve. And anybody, Donald Trump won that debate hands down. Anybody that's got any doubt, Steve, that's in between thinking about, well, I don't know if I want to vote for Trump or Biden. If you can't make a decision after what you've seen tonight, then you got some serious problems. If you can't make a determination who the best man is between Trump and Biden off of what you've seen on your television, brother, then I don't know what to say for you. Something is wrong with you. I challenge anybody to call your show tonight. I dare you to call the show tonight and say that you're gonna vote for Joe Biden, so I can really laugh at you. But just like I laughed at Joe Biden. Steve, I'm gonna say this one last thing to wrap this up. Oh yeah, before I say this, before I wrap it up, I want to say God bless John Ford. I heard that they got some good news on him, that they might have moved him to a new location in the hospital, but he still got problems. But hopefully it looks like he's gonna come through. But it might be a while before he get out of the hospital. But let me say this, Steve, about the upcoming election right quick. You know, like I said before, Dana Bash had the nerve to ask Donald Trump that question, would he accept the results? Well, like I told you before, Steve, the results are already in, as I see it right now. Donald Trump is the clear leader, and he basically won the election tonight. So we'll see what happens on July the 11th, Steve. I believe that that judge, he's seen this same debate we saw tonight, and they're going to get real desperate, Steve. I believe the only way they see they can stop Donald Trump now is to put him behind bars. So that's what I'm scared of right now. After seeing what they've seen tonight and seeing that Joe Biden is no competition to Donald Trump, I think the only way they see that they can derail Donald Trump and the Trump train into the White House is to put him in jail. And we'll find out on July 11th just how honest the Democratic Party is. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, the headline from the New York Post this morning says millions of people just witnessed the end of a presidency live on television. Wow. Joe Biden's performance was embarrassing. Whenever CNN put him up on the split screen, he had a 1,000-yard stare. He didn't look old. He looked ancient. He looked empty. But at least he wasn't speaking. Because when it was his time to answer, he was incoherent. He said he beat Medicaid. Ask about abortion. He randomly started talking about migrant crime. Trump said, I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence, noting, and I don't think he knows what he said either. At one point, Biden just froze. Now, the administration cannot say this is a cheap fake. Everybody saw what happened. The sound you heard last night was Democrat operatives everywhere screaming at their televisions. Morning report and evening update. Biden cannot survive this. It is political malpractice to let him continue to run for re-election. It is national malpractice to let him continue. Biden spent an entire week preparing for this, and this is the best they could do. That should terrify everyone. Let's say that, shockingly, Democrats don't intervene to replace Biden as their candidate. Say, implausibly, that 81-year-old Biden wins. He will not be getting any sharper. During a second term, our president would continue to deteriorate, incapable of making proper decisions. That would be a disaster for the United States. Now, on policy, Biden had no answer to the inflation or the border disaster, two of the most important issues to voters. But sadly, that's almost beside the point. He was so mumbling, so doddering, so lacking in command of the facts that it overshadowed everything. Ask about his age, Biden did not defend his acuity. Instead, started reminiscing about the old days, we think in the 1800s. No wonder the White House keeps him hidden away, keeping him away from the press and public events. The Democrat elite has been pulling a con job on the American people, which was clearly exposed last night. All right, let's see. Did we lose Cue Ball there? He's on the line. Okay, we got Cue Ball coming up next, right after a quick timeout. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Cue ball. Good morning.
Good morning. Alrighty, let's line them up and get them started. So, there's a lot to talk about more than just the debate. There's a lot of behind the scenes that went on that so far nobody's been talking about. So, I'll go ahead and do that for you. I was on the road. I'm still on the road now, so wasn't at home to watch it on CNN without being able to, there's just no way to see it on CNN on the phone. Now, CNN was going to stop anybody from playing clips. They put a lot of cease and desist and legal notices to a lot of people. And you know about fair use with playing clips and so on over rebroadcast of something like this. Well, CNN threatening to sue everybody. Elon Musk said, no, we're not blocking it off of X. Go scratch your ass. We're not dealing with that. Rumble did the same thing. So on at least on Rumble, I can put it on my phone and just have the audio playing. And right before the debate, I had Bongino on, and right before the debate went on, Rumble crashed. Minutes before, at like literally 7:58 Central, Rumble crashed. The whole damn site went down. And it stayed that way for a while. I had to go over to X and find it there. And then the first commercial break, I found that Rumble was back up and running. Now, that might be nefarious. It might not be. I don't know. I'm just saying 2 minutes to 8 o'clock Central Time, Rumble crashed. And everybody that was rebroadcasting it with commentary on Rumble was broadcasting to nobody. There's that. The aftermath of the debate, nobody discussed. Has anybody seen the video of Joe coming off stage? Did you see that, Steve?
I watched the first hour, and then I was in the studio and did not have so I did not see the last 30.
It's cell phone. It's cell phone video from up in a balcony, so it wasn't something that CNN broadcasted. The video picks up. The first one I saw was on X. Donald Trump Jr. posted it. So he might be the one who took the video. I don't know. The video starts. Trump is not on stage. Biden is standing at the podium just waiting and waiting. Whether he's lost or told to stand there and wait, I don't know. Joe Biden walked over to him, grabbed him by his hand, and then walked with him, and then brought him directly to the moderator's table, and then stood off to the side while Joe leaned onto the center of the table like he was struggling to stand, because without something to hold on to, he'd probably fall. And then was talking to the two moderators. Then the video cuts off. He couldn't even get off stage by himself.
Wow.
He literally needed help to get off. And that's cell phone video. Another thing Bongino was talking about once Rumble came back on was part of his commentary is he noticed that Biden kept playing with his right hand in his right ear.
You think
suspect?
You think he had some sort of an earpiece? Okay, that was discussed prior. We thought maybe he'd have an earpiece in to try to help him answer questions.
It's in the realm of possibility, but he kept messing with that ear. I don't know how often he did, and I'm sure once the cameras started figuring out he was doing it, they would pull away from him, or take him off the camera. But again, I'm not saying it was an earpiece. I'm saying he was playing with his right ear. That was very noticeable. So there's a lot of weirdness going on with that. Now, I wasn't able to watch CNN. I had to catch commentary after the debate on other channels, of which I listened to a few of them. Some believe, like example, Roger Stone is on record still tonight predicting that Michelle Obama will replace him with possibly it'll be a Obama Clinton ticket. That's according to Roger Stone.
Wow.
Hillary doesn't have a shot. She's too unpopular. Kamala Harris is just too damn dumb. So Stone believes it'll be Michelle Obama, pop most likely with Hillary behind. Don't know, it's one of those things. My thought on that is everybody now sees it's not a debate anymore. Everybody sees Biden is not in charge. There is someone behind the curtain who isn't. Now, a lot of the Biden administration is Obama holdovers. Obama can't run again. And Michelle, according to even what she says, refuses to. She wants nothing to do with it. And a lot of people also believe that. I think Roger Stone is a very smart man. I think he is mistaken. But what do I know?
You can't rule anything out at this point, right? Yeah. All right. Well, we'll pause there. We'll be right back.
From Feature Story News in what?
From Feature Story News in Tokyo, I'm Chris Gilbert. Gaza's civil defense agency says Israeli airstrikes have killed 3 of its medics and wounded 12 others. It says the medics were carrying out rescue efforts in a refugee camp which was shelled by Israeli tanks last week. The agency says Israel has also renewed ground and air attacks on Gaza City that have killed 4 children. U.S. presidential candidates Joe Biden and Donald Trump have appeared for a televised debate. They are the same candidates that also ran for the White House in 2020. Taiwan is warning citizens against traveling to China following threats from Beijing that it would execute independence activists. The island has issued its second highest travel warning for mainland China, Hong Kong, and Macau. Laura Westbrook reports.
Beijing has made no secret of its dislike of Taiwanese President Lai Ching-te, whom it views as a dangerous separatist. China claims self-ruled Taiwan as part of its territory, but the island sees itself as distinct. Taiwan said China's new guidelines, which call for severe punishment for Taiwan independent separatists, represented a serious threat to the safety of Taiwanese. It also told its residents to avoid non-essential travel to Hong Kong due to its national security laws. The Hong Kong government called the warning political manipulation. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
The police chief in charge of the response to a 2022 U.S. school shooting has been criminally charged with child endangerment. He was presumed commander of the scene at Robb Elementary School, where officers waited 77 minutes to confront the gunman who killed 19 children and 2 teachers. Tony Waterman has more.
According to the San Antonio Express, which first reported the story, Arredondo was booked at the Uvalde County Jail on Thursday afternoon, facing 10 counts of child endangerment. In interviews after the massacre, Arredondo said he believed the mass shooting had turned into a hostage situation and that he never considered himself in charge. Earlier this year, the Justice Department released a scathing report of the incident, detailing what it called cascading failures of leadership. Besides Arredondo, another former Uvalde officer, Adrian Gonzalez, has also been charged. Tony Waterman, Texas.
At least 6 people have been killed after an international express train collided with a bus on a level crossing in southern Slovakia. The accident happened about 80 kilometers or 50 miles east of the capital, Bratislava. Reports suggest at least 5 others were injured in the incident, including the drivers of both the bus and the train. All of the fatalities so far are thought to have been passengers of the bus, which officials say was sliced in 2 by the impact. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme.
The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Seems like almost everybody's on the same page from the left-leaning Politico this morning. Democrats are so panicked over Joe's faltering debate performance, some are actively discussing what was once unspeakable, replacing him on the ticket. Three strategists close to three Democrat presidential candidates said that they had been bombarded with text messages throughout the debate. One advisor said they received pleas for their candidate to step forward as an alternative to Biden. Another advisor said they had taken no less than half a dozen key donors texting disaster, and the party needs to do something, but acknowledged that not much is possible unless Biden steps aside. They were among more than a dozen Democrats who spoke with Politico, most of whom were granted anonymity to speak freely. One major Democrat donor and Biden supporter said it's time for the president to end his campaign. This person described Biden's night as the worst performance in history and said Biden was so bad that no one will pay attention to Trump's lies. Another says Biden needs to drop out, no question about it. This was a donor in a text message proposing an alternate ticket led by the governors of Maryland and Michigan. At least two prominent potential 2028 contenders, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker and California Governor Gavin Newsom, said they stood by Joe even after his performance. Newsom, when pressed on MSNBC if Biden should step down, said that talk is unhelpful and unnecessary. You don't turn your back because of one performance, he said. What kind of party does that? Of course, Joe struggled throughout much of the debate. He's faced questions about his fitness for office. And this debate, the earliest general election matchup of its kind in modern political history, had been a gambit by the Biden campaign to reset the narrative. For weeks, Democrats had hoped for a strong performance by Biden in the debate that would ease concerns about his age. Instead, it did just the opposite. The no labels and Dean Phillips won this debate, according to senior Biden White House official, a former, referring to the outside efforts to push a different candidate, not named Trump or Biden, into the race. The pleas from within the party, while unlikely to actually result in a change atop the ticket, reflect a major turn in the campaign, though. Incumbent presidents have traditionally underperformed during their first debates, inundated by the demands of the job and often unable to dictate serious time to preparation. Well, that wasn't the case here. But Thursday's debate was unique in that it affirmed an existing preconception of Biden among many voters as a candidate past his sell-by debate. One advisor to major Democrat Party donors said they were texting from a meeting of donors in Atlanta Thursday night. Some writing, WTF, Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Our only hope is that he bows out. We have a brokered convention or dies, said one donor. Otherwise, we're effing dead. Nonetheless, the likelihood of a brokered convention or Biden stepping aside are unlikely, a reality that even those who privately complained about Biden's performance acknowledged. One Democrat strategist says only one guy can decide, and it's him. The Biden campaign pushing back on the critique of the president, with an advisor calling him the only person who has ever beaten Donald Trump. He will do it again, the advisor said. Trump did not give voters any reason to vote for him tonight. On the issues, the American people are with Joe Biden. Delusional. Biden's campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, said Biden presented a positive and winning vision for the future of America, while Trump offered a dark, backwards window into what America will look like if he steps foot back in the White House. Stephanie Cutter, a Democrat consultant, said President Biden is the Democrat nominee, and that's not changing because of one debate performance. She said we need to calm down and stay focused because Donald Trump certainly did not gain any voters tonight. But for many Democrats, Thursday night, that view was far dimmer. One down-ballot statewide Democrat running for election said, it's not great all around. Our president has a speech impediment and a cold and is 81-year-old. No one expected a master class in debating from Joe Biden, but no one expected this nosedive, according to another senior advisor to top Democrat officials. He was bad on message, bad on substance, bad on counterpunching, bad on presentation, bad on nonverbals. There was no bright spot for this debate for him. The only bright spot is this happened in June rather than October. All that from the Politico. All right, Cue Ball, welcome back.
Yeah, thanks for holding on to me, Steve. I got a lot here, so hopefully I can get it through reasonably quick. Steve, let's turn the page a little bit here, do a little bit of history real fast because it is important. 2016, who was going to win the Democrat nominee? Who was going to win until the superdelegate thing came up?
Hillary?
Remember Bernie Sanders?
Bernie, okay.
Bernie Sanders.
Yeah.
And then the superdelegates spun it. Somebody gave that information on how it was done to Julian Assange. That man wound up dead. Let's keep going. Trump pulls out the win against Hillary. Oh, crap, what do we do? Now, a little bit more history. Everyone talks about the Hunter Biden laptop and Hunter Biden 10% for the big guy and all this, that, and the other with Ukraine, right? Who was president at that time?
Barack Obama.
That would be Barack Obama. You mean to tell me that the vice president of the United States was able to pull off that kind of nonsense and the president didn't know about it?
No, he knew.
Of course he knew about it. He knew. Okay, so with that being said, Biden was pulling in money, and that's why Obama did not want Biden to run against anybody. He didn't think he would make the attempt to run, but he did. Now, here's the other thing. Let's go back. Let's remember. Biden's running for president, a bunch of other Democrats. What was the first state that did did the primary, which is when Biden basically ran the table? What was the first state that did that? You remember?
Was it Vermont, New Hampshire?
Iowa. Iowa caucus is where Biden pulled out a win because nobody was able to count the damn votes. Biden gets a nominee. He gets it because he makes a deal with Clyburn down in South Carolina. He cleans up in South Carolina. Boom. Everybody's stuck with Biden, right? Now, there's a lot of infrastructure put in there to get Biden to win. A lot of people believe, including Bongino, including Roger Stone, that the man behind the curtain of Biden, the one that actually runs things, is Obama.
Mm-hmm.
I've been saying it for a long time. Biden's not in charge of anything, let alone his own space. Somebody else is running the administration. Biden is just the weekend at Bernie's guy. He's just the face on, he's the puppet. He's been being ran since before he actually became president. So, with that, if you're going to replace him, you got to replace him with somebody who is just as easily controlled. I don't think Obama can control a Gavin Newsom. I don't think Obama can control Gretchen Whitmer or fill in the blank.
Mm-hmm.
An RFK, they kicked RFK out of the Democrat Party because he can't be controlled by the leftists. I don't think they're going to actually replace him unless they find somebody who would be a good enough puppet.
Michelle?
Now, now you start to sound like Roger Stone. See, that's, I think, why he's saying that. Because there's nobody else you can control. If the puppet master is Obama, he has no other puppets. So it would have to be Michelle. Now, Roger thinks what's going to happen if it is that case, Obama is going to get the majority. He said this today after the debate, Roger Stone. He said he thinks what's going to happen is Obama is going to get the majority of his cabinet to sign paperwork, and that's when somebody, might be Obama himself, goes to Joe Biden and say, listen, we are going to put you through the 25th Amendment and send you packing. If we do, you will not be able to pardon your family. So, we will replace you, and then you will be able to fill out, ride out your term to a point, pardon who you need to pardon, and get the F out of here. If you don't, we're not only going to remove you, but you will lose your ability to pardon your family. And your family will go to jail, i.e. Hunter and possibly the brother.
Joe.
Or whoever else.
Or Joe, yeah, his brother, yeah.
Right. Might even be him. Might even be himself. So that's what Roger Stone is thinking. So here's, I'm gonna give a little bit of, and I don't mean any, well, let me just touch base on this other thing first. Big Ed made a couple comments about how Biden looked. I think he's pretty spot on. Because when Biden first walked out, it looked like he was in a struggling walk to get to the podium, looking down more than up. He just didn't really look well. And once he opened his mouth, Steve, this is going to sound insane, but for the first 2 or 3 minutes, until the stumbling, bumbling really started to be very obvious, I thought it was a body double. At the initial 2 or 3 minutes of the debate where Biden was talking, I wasn't sure if that was actually Joe Biden, that the voice was off. But then when he started collapsing to the epic, I mean, he was 10 minutes in and it was over. And I'm like, no, that's not a body double. That's the real guy.
Yep.
He's that effed up. Now, back to what Big Ed was saying. That wife of his is pushing that old man. He is a sick old man. Despite the fact I think he's an evil old codger and deserves nothing but the worst of the worst that can happen to you in the next life. Despite that, he is a sick old man. And they are pushing him and pushing him and pushing him between different medications, different regimens, different, maybe a sleep schedule or something, plus having to go through debate prep, which is why I think he had no voice, because he just was doing too much of it. You can't push an old man that hard. You're going to hurt him. What Big Ed was saying, that he looks like his wife prior to her dying, because they've taken a sick old man and pushed him too far. Steve, it's no different than throwing sawdust in an automatic transmission. You don't give a rip if it lasts. It's just got to survive the test drive. It's an old trick to make a slipping transmission. If you're selling a used car and a transmission is slipping, throw some sawdust in it. It'll survive just long enough. It'll plug up your filter and then destroy the transmission. But what do you care? It made it through the test drive. That's what they did to him prior to the debate medically. So I don't feel bad for the guy. He deserves everything he gets, in my opinion. However, medically, I think Big Ed nailed it right on the head. I think he's 100% accurate in that. Now, let's talk Trump and his temperament. Another thing Big Ed said, that he's ate up with anger. Excuse me. Well, yeah. Now, this country is in a world of crap right now. You have an amazing amount of lawfare all over this country, and it's not just Trump. How many people are sitting in jail for simply protesting? And I'm not talking January 6th. I'm talking protesting in the abortion debate, while other people can burn courthouses and not even be prosecuted. A guy in Kenosha, Wisconsin, has to go through lawfare, be acquitted for defending himself, but the one guy that did pull a weapon on him, the convicted felon with a gun, still has not been prosecuted for carrying a concealed weapon, even though he was a felon. That was in Wisconsin, talking about the Kyle Rittenhouse issue. He had to go through, which is clearly self-defense. He had to go through, and they iggyed up his trial with the if you watched it, they iggyed up his trial with the what do you call it? How clear the video was. They gave the defense very grainy footage, but the prosecutor was trying to play much clearer footage on the issue of when he shot the first guy, the child molester. So that's lawfare. They do that. It's not just against Trump. It's against everybody. It's time to take the gloves off and actually fight. If you're in a street fight, you're not going to be polite to the guy who's trying to beat you down and kill you. You're going to fight like your absolute last breath depends on it. And that's the only way to get this country back, is by the absolute brutality of the letter of the law. The coup that we have been living with in the past, I'm going to say 4 to 5 years now, since COVID season turned to riot season. the coordination between the media, the social media sites, the government, the courts, even down to very specific news anchors. This is a coordinated effort. And if you can prove that, people need to go to jail for that. I don't care if it's Joy Reid, Joy Behar. I don't care. If you can prove collusion, they need to go to jail. And you have to have somebody who's got the guts, the straight-up stones, to take care of business in that nature. If you don't, what do you prefer? And I value other people's opinions, but who does Lauren Weiss decide would be a better alternative? Mitt Romney? A softer, gentler Republican? We did that. They lost. Be careful what you wish for, because if it gets any worse, they'll play this show, and they'll come after all of us because we spoke our minds on media. You need a street fighter to fight for you. I'm not saying Trump is perfect. I've gone on your show many times. I'll say it right now. The two biggest things that Trump did that were screwed up, he got rolled on during COVID. He signed off on the lockdowns. He pushed those vaccines too hard because he believed Fauci. Fauci rolled him too. He got suckered on that one. He also, remember, Trump's going to eliminate this regulation and that regulation and help businesses and this, that, and the other. I kind of remember keeping a hold of a Freightliner truck, an 01 Freightliner, because I thought the ELD mandate was going to disappear because our president was going to make sure it happens. Nope. We got stuck under the ELD mandate, and I sent that truck on down the line. Another one that Trump screwed up on. And that affects me absolutely directly. However, with that being said, I'd like to be able to speak my mind on the Steve Summers overnight drive and not have to worry that the next, well, actually don't even knock on the door. They kick the door in and shoot at anything that moves. I'd like to not worry about having a no-knock raid because I spoke my mind on your show. And that's what's coming if this government doesn't get put back into the proper checks and balances that it was supposed to. Anybody notice the Supreme Court took the weaselly stance,
right?
Hiding behind standing and now making it court precedent now that the government can be a third party, shut us down, and tell me to shut my mouth forcefully. Trump picked Amy Coney Barrett and Brett Kavanaugh, who voted against that. So he's not infallible, Mr. Trump.
Yep.
He's made some mistakes. Amy Coney Barrett and Brett Kavanaugh, yeah, I'd say they were a mistake. Should have picked a better one.
Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, look how hard the Democrats pushed. Look what Kavanaugh went through. I mean, how much they fought to keep him off the Supreme Court. I almost like they've turned out to be better for the Democrats than they could have ever hoped for. All right, Cue Ball, it's great to hear from you. I got to move ahead. We got to get to the news break coming up here in a couple of minutes. We do have some industry headlines. So what's going on in the trucking world? We got some clarification this past day, and this is coming down as I kind of anticipated. The proposal to drop marijuana to a Schedule III drug, which Schedule III drugs are currently not on the list of drugs tested for when it comes to your routine drug screening for truck drivers, airline pilots, train engineers. Pete Buttigieg says in the event of that schedule change, it will not prevent safety-sensitive positions like truck drivers from being tested for it. He was speaking before a House committee hearing this past day. Now, we all know the background. Department of Justice, the notice of proposed rulemaking, taking marijuana off Schedule 1, making it a Schedule 3, prompting numerous concerns from the trucking industry that would change the drug testing programs. During the House Transportation and Infrastructure hearing, the DOT leader attempted to ease those concerns. Any impaired driving via alcohol, marijuana, or any other source of impairment is, of course, a major safety concern. Our understanding is that the rescheduling of marijuana from 1 to 3 would not alter the DOT's marijuana testing requirements with respect to the regulated community. For private individuals who are performing safety-sensitive functions in respect to drug testing, marijuana is identified by name and not by reference to one of those classes, 1, 2, 3. So even if it moves in classification, we do not believe it will have an impact on that authority.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Haya. Joe Biden and his predecessor, Donald Trump, are tonight facing off against one another in the first presidential debate of this tightly fought campaign, more than 4 months before Americans go to the polls. The 90-minute head-to-head in the U.S. city of Atlanta is a rematch of when the pair took to the stage 4 years ago. Trump, who's since been charged for inciting an attempted insurrection and become the first president to be criminally convicted, lost that election, an outcome he denies. It's the earliest general election debate in American history, so early in the year, in fact, that these two candidates are not yet even their own party's official nominees. Bolivian police have arrested the leader of an attempted coup just hours after the presidential palace in La Paz was stormed by soldiers. The military leader in charge, General Juan José Zúñiga, has said he wants to restructure democracy. Meanwhile, protesters in Kenya are preparing to resume protests there, despite President William Ruto reversing a controversial finance bill which sparked demonstrations this week that turned deadly. Isabel Nakira reports.
Kenyan President William Ruto has conceded to demands of young people and repealed the finance bill that seeks to raise taxes on basic commodities. The bill has now been returned to Parliament for reconsideration. Thousands came out to protest tax increments resulting in loss of lives and destruction of property. Kenya is sitting on a staggering 80 billion debt pile, and lawmakers were hoping to use these taxes to pay that down. But after the public backlash, Mr. Ruto has now directed austerity measures to cut down on public expenditures.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's announced steps are being taken to present a clear path to peace at a second global peace summit aimed at striking an arrangement to end the war with Russia.
We need real steps, everything that can bring just and lasting peace closer to us, Ukrainians.
France's leading far-right parties on course for victory in parliamentary elections. Polls show the National Rally finishing ahead of both the left-wing coalition and President Macron's centrist alliance. Ross Cullen's been following their campaign.
They want to bring immigration down to zero and repeal Emmanuel Macron's controversial pension reforms. Their leading candidate, Marine Le Pen, says she's confident that the National Rally will win an outright majority, which would mean a far-right prime minister would be appointed, a major setback for the centrist president, who shocked the nation when he called this snap election just 3 weeks ago.
And wildfires are continuing to ravage the Arctic Circle. High-intensity blazes are taking hold there for the third time in the past 5 years. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Fresh research suggests that climate change may be doing more damage to large ice sheets in the Antarctic than has previously been understood. Scientists have identified a tipping point in the survival of ice sheets that could suggest a higher future rise in sea levels than current models predict.
Even though sea level rise from the Antarctic ice sheet is relatively slow at the moment, all evidence suggests that could rise very dramatically.
Dr. Alexander Bradley with the British Antarctic Survey is the study's lead researcher.
We've identified a new way in which warm ocean water is able to seep beneath the world's ice sheets in Antarctica and Greenland. Previously, we thought that the ice was kind of just sat on top of the bedrock below, but actually this warm water is able to seep long distances beneath the ice. That provides a lot of heat for melting the ice. A small change in ocean temperatures, which results from a small change in potentially the amount of greenhouse gas emissions, could lead to a very dramatic change in the amount of melting that's taking place.
The findings were published this week in the journal Nature Geoscience. The ice melt the scientists identified is not included in the models currently used by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. They could explain why ice sheets in Antarctica and Greenland are shrinking faster than expected. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Our top stories again. Joe Biden and his predecessor Donald Trump are tonight facing off against one another in the first presidential debate of this tightly fought campaign, more than 4 months before Americans go to the polls. Bolivian police have arrested the leader of an attempted coup hours after the presidential palace in La Paz was stormed by soldiers. And wildfires are continuing to ravage the Arctic Circle. That's the latest feature story news. I'm Benji Haya in Washington.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
As we work our way into a Friday, TGIF, yes indeed, final weekend of June coming on. Coming up July 1. A number of states, new laws. Truckers have to be on constant watch for new rules that might affect you. driving from point A to point B. Fresh off of legislative action in states around the country, July is one of the leading months for new laws to take effect. New laws on the books in multiple states cover topics including truck idling, tort reform, left lane usage. We've got the breakdown, a handful of states we'll get to coming up here as we roll into a Friday. I got an email from Dingbat this past day. They've been very, very busy for several weeks, the big move and everything. She said, let's get back to our Hero of the Week nominees. So indeed, we do have some hero nominees to share this Friday morning. And weather-wise, as we kick off hour number 3, might we be looking at our first potential hurricane of the Atlantic season? AccuWeather forecasters say there is a narrow plume of moisture that may be just wide enough to foster tropical development from the south-central Atlantic to the Caribbean, as well as help strengthen a tropical storm, maybe the first hurricane in the coming days. They're tracking actually 2 key systems among other tropical activities over the next week or so. Over the past couple days, a batch of showers and thunderstorms has emerged in center stage, part of dozens of tropical waves that originate from the Indian Ocean and drift across Africa in the form of breezes and thunderstorms annually. Once they emerge over the Atlantic, a small number of those evolve into tropical storms and hurricanes. This feature is tracking south of a zone of dry air, dust, and stiff disruptive breezes or wind shear right now. Because of the high risk of tropical development, they have begun referring to this system as tropical rainstorm this past day to help raise public awareness. This sweet spot is the only real zone in the Atlantic worth watching right now, but it has multiple features extending from near the coast of Africa to the western Caribbean. The steering breezes will guide this system to near the Windward Islands off the eastern Caribbean from Sunday night into Monday morning, then waters near Jamaica during the middle of next week, and possibly to the shores of maybe Central America at the end of next week. Projected to at least reach tropical storm intensity by the time it reaches the Windward Islands. That means some of these islands may experience tropical storm conditions, gusty thunderstorms, and rough seas as early as Sunday. There's a chance this could reach Category 1 hurricane strength as it reaches the windwards as well. If that is the case, the next name on the tropical list would be Beryl, B-E-R-Y-L. So keeping an eye on the tropics. Doesn't sound at this point like there's any concern for the lower 48. More or less the Caribbean, some of the islands, maybe Hispaniola, but ultimately then Central America, according to the steering breezes. Senor Heatwave on a Friday. Good morning.
Good morning, Senor. Well, I tell you what. You remember, what was it, 2-3 years ago when they had a leak about Roe versus Wade possibly being overturned, and the gripe that they fussed about? Well, why wouldn't it be considered a leak instead of a mistake? Again, about the abortion issue, was it in Idaho? Letting the hospitals do what they need to do to save the life of the mother by taking the life of the fetus. I don't hear a whole lot about that being spoke about, but Biden, it sounded like he was okay with having babies aborted right up to the time of birth and even after. I think Trump is right. Europe has got a 14-week timetable. I mean, if you can't tell you're pregnant within, 14 weeks, you really got a problem. But, he's talking about a 15-week ban. Or not a ban, but a 15-week time limit. Personally, I'm not for abortions. If drinks make you spread your legs and get wild and crazy, that's on you. You should know you either have to take the pill to keep it from happening, or foam, or tell the old boy that's looking down on you to wrap that rascal. Now if it's a rape, incest, or if the life of the mother is in danger, then I think those are the only three that would be acceptable. But that's me. Now, the debate performance tonight. Yes, I went to the other news channels, alleged news channels, on XM, and there was a bunch of worry about, man, we can't have Kamala in the office because she'll be, she's very unvotable. She's not going to win. So they're like, well, we're going to have to figure something out. Well, who in the hell are they going to choose? Gavin Newsom? I mean, there's $20 billion of money that they have no idea where it is in California. He's bragging about how great the state is, but I mean, good night. I mean, that's a form of communism right there, where, one party is making all the decisions, and he's, giving his rubber stamp of approval. But I mean, what is their state deficit? Why are they catering to illegal aliens? Why are they catering to drug addicts? Why are they catering to those who want to have a gender reassignment?
And if you think if you think Biden's policies are bad with the illegals, look at,
yes.
Gavin Newsom is giving, free health care to all of them, and is he going to take that, to the federal level? And who's going to pay for all that?
It's going to be us, the working taxpayers. Now, where the hell is our benefits going to be? We have no benefits. Anytime you have to raise taxes to cover your spending, well, you know what? Then you have a spending problem. You don't have a revenue problem coming in. And a lot of people don't realize. They figure, well, I guess we need to pay more taxes for... I would say that anybody who would vote Democrat and then gripe about, oh, I'm paying more in taxes, or I'm paying more for goods than I was prior, you get what you pay for. If you're going to be idiotic and just vote with feelings, then you get what you deserve. Unfortunately, the rest of us have to suffer as well. But I don't think Trump really had to do a whole lot today, because, like Lauren Weiss was saying, he was just reiterating a lot of stuff. Well, what we have two presidents, the former and the current. We have two policies, one of the former, one of the current. We see which policies have worked. It was with the former. So Trump didn't have to speak a whole lot, except point out that, hey, your policies on the border are crap. They're not helping us. You've got illegal aliens with potential terroristic ties here.
Notice how Joe tried to dance around that question. He refuses to admit that there's anything going on. I've got two additional stories here now. Two young women murdered by illegals in this. These are fresh out of the box, just hitting the news yesterday. Every day we're hearing about an illegal killing someone in this country.
We have enough homegrown idiots and dangerous people of our own. We do not need to be accepting illegal aliens with that same attitude to come here in the States. And, you know, those that do kill and then, you know, abuse the person before they die, a rape or whatever. Yeah, I don't want them to be on death row for 50 years before we kill them. If they get the death penalty for doing what they did, and we've got absolute proof that's irrefutable, you take them outside the courthouse and get rid of them, just like you would a dog. Because you don't give a dog a second chance when they bite and attack somebody and they tasted blood. You get rid of that animal. So, you know, and then he was bragging about the military. We got the best military ever. Well, hell yeah, you're going to have the best with what little you got. You can't make your recruitment goals. I mean, I'm 57. I'll be 58 in December. Yeah, I'm out of shape. But, I mean, if I could get back in and President Trump is in there, yeah, I'll take a hellacious pay cut because the safety of our country is worth it. And I truly am afraid that we're going to see the orange popcorn ball come up in the skies over our heads prior to the election. And if it doesn't happen by then it'll happen prior to Trump getting in office. Scary. You know, doomsday, doomsayer. Yeah, you're right. But that's what I believe. And I wake up every day praying that it doesn't happen. But it's getting more and more to it where I'm afraid for me. I'm afraid for my family. I'm afraid for my grandchildren. I'm sorry.
Scary world we live in, Heatwave. It is. It really is. And as Buckeye Boy brought out there a little bit earlier, yeah, the world leaders, they all saw what's going on. They see what we've got supposedly, as we all know, is not leading this country. Cue Ball nailed that one. But, yeah, let me go ahead and quickly throw these your way because the topic of the open border, Trump clearly explained to Joe. Joe tried to say, well, the Republicans won't work with us. I tried to get a bipartisan agreement, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, Trump said, I didn't have one. I used my executive power, and you turned everything that I had done. You killed it all, which that's exactly what happened. And Joe refuses to take any accountability. Yeah, Joe Biden, Alejandro Mayorkas, there is every single day now, every passing day, there is more blood on their hands. Let me start here. An illegal released into the United States by the Department of Homeland Security has been accused of murdering a young woman on her 21st birthday in the sanctuary state of New York. According to prosecutors, 21-year-old illegal alien from Ecuador, Juan Moises Chagagasi Ilbis, was arrested in Syracuse and charged with second-degree murder and concealing a human corpse. Ilbis allegedly strangled Jocelyn Toquiza to death on her 21st birthday on June the 18th, 10 days ago, threw her body in a shallow grave at a Syracuse park. Prosecutors said they have evidence that these two knew each other from elementary school back in Ecuador. It's not clear when she first arrived in the United States, though. This past day, while being arraigned in a Syracuse criminal court, Ilbis said he had no memory of the events on the day in question because he was drunk. Prosecutors said he's an illegal alien who first crossed the southern border January of 23 near El Paso. After being briefly detained, he was released from Department of Homeland Security custody into the U.S. Interior. Now, he is in custody right now in Onondaga County Justice Center without bail, although that could change after a second court hearing coming up here in early July. In New York as well, an illegal immigrant from Turkey was arrested and charged last week in Albany, New York, for allegedly raping a 15-year-old girl, and authorities did not notify the public about the incident, according to the Albany Times-Union. 21-year-old Sakir Akan reportedly coerced a girl into his Toyota Prius on May 14th, removed her clothes, and raped her. He's pleaded not guilty to first-degree rape. He was arrested 7 months ago by Border Patrol agents in San Diego after he crossed the southern border illegally, but was then released into the U.S. Albany Police Chief Eric Hawkins, in a statement, said neither he nor anyone else in police administration had any idea whatsoever the immigration status of the defendant in this case until after he was arrested and arraigned on the charges. Information wasn't released because it was determined that there was no immediate threat to public safety during the time, he said. Had there been a perceived threat to the public, appropriate information would have been released. But as far as the release or sexual assault reports and arrest that do not pose a threat to the public, they're generally not released in order to prevent re-traumatization of the victim. But the department had previously released information on sexual assaults and rapes, according to the Times-Union. So it's almost like the police department was trying to cover this up. A person involved in the investigation questioned the decision not to release the information, telling the news outlet, if an asylum seeker is snatching a kid off a public street and raping them and remaining on the loose is not a threat to public safety, then what is a threat to public safety? Sanctuary, New York, and that's two separate stories from the same day. 24 past the hour. Eskimo Mom on a Friday, or I guess hump day for you. Good morning.
I would like to see those sanctuary states and cities. Hopefully, their policies come back to bite them in the butt. And it sounds like in some cases it has, and unfortunately the people are suffering. Mm-hmm. But what I wanted to call about was it's 4 months till the election, and ironically today I got in the mail from my local board of elections. I got my little sheet to say, hey, do you want to work the poll? Do you want to be a poll worker on November 5th? And so I just want to bring that up, that between now and November. If you haven't already been registered to vote, get registered. If you've moved, update your address at the Board of Elections. And if you feel in your heart to really help the process, volunteer to become a poll worker, because these elections do not work without us stepping up to the plate and doing our civic duty and working the polls, making sure that our friends, our family, and our neighbors, they can walk, and the rest of the community can walk in and follow the state laws and vote on election day. And all you have to do, if you do want to work the polls, just contact your local board of elections and find out the process. And I know in our county we have a training program, and then they'll put, they usually the board of elections, they'll put you in a safe location until you get more familiar, and then they may put you out in the county or give you other opportunities. But it's a long day, but for me it's a lot of fun, and it's great. And it's a great doing my civic duty.
Very good. Can't believe 4 months away. What all's going to change in those next 4 months? Now, on one hand, I think a lot's going to change. And of course, listening to some of these pundits saying that, and that's what came to my mind. You're watching the debate. Are they going to, is it time, is someone going to finally say, hey, we got to do the 25th? The 25th, I mean, we've got to. Joe is not up to the task here, by no means. But then they're saying the only way to get Joe out is for him to make the decision to step aside. Let's see. Update. Eagle mentioned there was a bit of an update this past day. John Force. He has been moved out of the trauma intensive care unit into the neuro intensive care unit 4 days after the harrowing crash at the Virginia Nationals there. According to a statement from John Force Racing, the champion, 16-time champion, suffered a head injury when his vehicle impacted the wall at over 300 miles an hour. Also in the announcement, his daughter, Brittany Force, is going to skip this weekend's Summit Racing Equipment Nationals to be with her father and family at the hospital. Her teammate, Austin Prock, will compete this weekend in the AAA Chevrolet Camaros SS Funny car. All right, they go through the whole scenario, how everything unfolded last weekend. Obviously, the engine exploding, Force struggling to remain in control, sliding from the right lane, impacting the wall, the left side wall, at a high rate of speed, then crossed back over and actually contacting the right side's concrete barrier. All right. That's all they had to say this past day. They do say we will report more information on Force's condition as it becomes available. So we had all been kind of surmising when you have an impact like that, not only do all your internal organs move, but of course the brain. So undoubtedly it's a concussion and maybe a severe concussion. So what is the protocol there? So whatever the neuro-intensive care unit is, that's where we find John Force. So I guess he's making progress. We'll be back after this.
From Feature Story News in Tokyo, I'm Chris Gilbert. Gaza's civil defense agency says Israeli airstrikes have killed 3 of its medics and wounded 12 others. It says the medics were carrying out rescue efforts in a refugee camp which was shelled by Israeli tanks last week. The agency says Israel has also renewed ground and air attacks on Gaza City that have killed 4 children. U.S. presidential candidates Joe Biden and Donald Trump have appeared for a televised debate. They are the same candidates that also ran for the White House in 2020. Taiwan is warning citizens against traveling to China following threats from Beijing that it would execute independence activists. The island has issued its second highest travel warning for mainland China, Hong Kong and Macau. Laura Westbrook reports.
Beijing has made no secret of its dislike of Taiwanese President Lai Ching-te, whom it views as a dangerous separatist. China claims self-ruled Taiwan as part of its territory, but the island sees itself as distinct. Taiwan said China's new guidelines, which call for severe punishment for Taiwan independent separatists, represented a serious threat to the safety of Taiwanese. It also told its residents to avoid non-essential travel to Hong Kong due to its national security laws. The Hong Kong government called the warning political manipulation. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
The police chief in charge of the response to a 2022 U.S. school shooting has been criminally charged with child endangerment. He was presumed commander of the scene at Robb Elementary School, where officers waited 77 minutes to confront the gunman who killed 19 children and 2 teachers. Tony Waterman has more.
According to the San Antonio Express, which first reported the story, Arredondo was booked at the Uvalde County Jail on Thursday afternoon, facing 10 counts of child endangerment. In interviews after the massacre, Arredondo said he believed the mass shooting had turned into a hostage situation and that he never considered himself in charge. Earlier this year, the Justice Department released a scathing report of the incident, detailing what it called cascading failures of leadership. Besides Arredondo, another former Uvalde officer, Adrian Gonzalez, has also been charged. Tony Waterman, Texas.
At least 6 people have been killed after an international express train collided with a bus on a level crossing in southern Slovakia. The accident happened about 80 kilometers or 50 miles east of the capital, Bratislava. Reports suggest at least 5 others were injured in the incident, including the drivers of both the bus and the train. All of the fatalities so far are thought to have been passengers of the bus, which officials say was sliced in two by the impact. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's.
Alrighty, yes, we do have a Hero of the Week. And yes, we do have a couple of DA of the Week nominees as well. On the positive side, a routine FedEx delivery turned into a frightening event when a delivery driver collapsed while delivering a package. But luckily, a local state senator was around to save the day. FedEx driver Adonis Whitner collapsed in front of a homeowner while on his usual route in Bridgeville, Pennsylvania, Thursday, June the 13th, according to the local ABC affiliate. In addition to getting the help of the homeowner, Mark McCullough, who called 911, a neighbor, Senator Devlin Robinson, also showed up after seeing what happened on his own doorbell camera. Robinson said, "I flipped him over and saw he wasn't breathing, so I gave him a sternum rub, and that seems like what opened up his airway." McCullough said the driver collapsed like a ton of bricks. It's not like he tripped and stumbled. He just went dark and was down. He was not responding. He was not breathing. I was just doing my best to get a hold of emergency personnel and do what I could do. Thank the Lord, Robinson came over, and he was able to help get the guy some breaths. Our thoughts are with our team member who is, as he recovers from the incident. According to a statement from FedEx, we offer our gratitude to Mr. McCullough and Senator Robinson for their quick action in coming to our team members' aid. A GoFundMe was created to assist with medical expenses, which claim he went into cardiac arrest. Thank you to the immediate intervention by the homeowner and his neighbor. Adonis was saved and transported to St. Clair Hospital, where he remains hospitalized, according to the message on the fundraiser, which had raised over $3,000 as of this past Monday. Adonis is currently conscious, but will have a long road to recovery. He will be unable to work and will incur excessive medical bills. That's what the fundraiser is, to assist Adonis and his family with those expenses. But thanks to a neighbor and obviously the state senator who knew CPR, which made a difference in that life. So we get back to the calls, and, well, what do you say, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? Yeah, man, hey, listen, I watched that video you posted on that crash, and, man, that explosion, that engine exploded, man. You know, I commented on it, just that explosion itself probably caused him a concussion.
Mm-hmm.
And who knows, maybe what it's done to his lungs, too, on the top of it. But that impact on the wall, man. Yeah, so, man, hopefully he'll be all right. But who knows if he's got some, like, serious brain bleed going on. You know what I mean?
I mean, they've got the whole Hans device, the helmet, the seat that kind of wraps around. But I don't care how much padding you've got in a helmet or whatever. When your head stops like that, your brain doesn't stop with it, right? It just slams into the skull.
Yeah. Like you said, you can have care what kind of safety equipment you got, man. I mean, you hit the wall like that.
Yeah.
And like I said, I think just that concussion from that engine blowing, you know, was enough to cause some serious head trauma.
Yeah, you're familiar.
Right.
You're familiar with explosives, and I said that the whole car kind of like exploded, and the flames just engulfed the cockpit. So I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. That probably knocked him to the point where no wonder he didn't pull the parachute release handle.
Yeah, it stunned him to it might have just knocked him out completely. Just the engine going.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at the car, when you watch the engine blow, right, and you watch, I guess, the reaction of the whole car itself, told me that was a pretty good little
boom
blast there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, man, I don't know. Hopefully he'll be all right and pull through this. But all right, on to the topic at hand, Stephen. Steve, listen, man, I watched the debate like everybody else. Looking forward to it. Didn't watch too much before. Watched the whole debate. I thought, well, Biden did okay. He didn't have any major malfunctions, right? I thought. I mean, because that's how I expected him to be. I thought, he stood up the whole time. He answered questions, even though it's in Biden's way. But I thought, flip over to CNN here, and they're probably going to be saying how the big guy won the debate. Steve, it was quite the opposite. So was he set up? Was he set up from the get-go? Did they have this plan no matter how this debate turned out? They were going to throw him under the bus or overboard? Because I'm telling you, man, if you look at it from a Biden supporter, from even the communist media, for them to come out and literally, attack him the way they were, and he didn't have any major meltdowns, I say there's a hit on him, man.
Mm-hmm.
I think they know, like I said, man, we got to be careful. Because I want him on the ticket. I want to run against this man because I think we'll win. And I think they know this too. So they got to get him out. I think they're panicking, like you said. They know his chances against Trump, they're probably going to lose. Steve, the only thing that really worries me, they can replace him with anybody they want but Michelle Obama. I'm telling you. If somehow they pull that out and announce, or she comes out, I'm telling you, man, they had to be crawling on their hands and knees to her and Barack saying, listen, you got to save the country, man.
Mm-hmm.
This is your moment, you know. She's the only one that worries me. I'm not worried too much. Maybe a little concerned they stick Hillary back in there. Or Cackles, you know. I think he'll beat Cackles. I don't think there's a question there. Even Hillary, I'm not, like I say, might have some concerns, but I'm not I wouldn't be too worried about it. But man, I think he was set up, man. You know, Cue Ball was talking about the Supreme Court, man. I wonder, you know, how much pressure are they putting on these Supreme Court judges, too? You know, we talked about that a little bit several months ago, pressuring them, blackmailing them. You know, how many threats are they getting, Steve? Because, I mean, there's threats going around all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Bongino talked about it. He said the amount of death threats he gets a day. And it's not just the left or the right, it's from both parties. You know, so, I mean, Steve, look, when they were marching up in front of their houses and they didn't do anything about it, trying to put pressure on them with this Roe versus Wade thing. They had a guy show up with a firearm. He was charged, and Steve, if I could be mistaken, but they might have charged him with maybe like attempted planning murder or something. I don't know.
I mean, I think, yeah, the plan was he was going to try to kill Kavanaugh.
Yes. I said, man, the deep state, that's the first thing they do, man. You know, they get something on a senator or a congressman. If they don't have anything on them once they get elected, they sick somebody on them. What did Chuck Schumer say when he was talking about Trump and the deep state? Part of the deep state, in other words, the intel community, they got 6 ways more Sunday to get back to you. So I don't know. You know, we can only hope that that's not the case, but I'm afraid it probably is. Like you both said, you know, this country and even Trump tonight, it's spiraling out of control, man. And we got a chance to save it, so hopefully that'll happen. So these next few months are definitely going to be interesting. If they can talk the big guy to step down or not, or, you know, will they invoke the 25th on him if he refuses? And if he refuses, if they do the 25th, I guess it'll be Kamala. Right? I mean, you know what I'm saying? They kick him out, she becomes president.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we'll be running against her if they do the 25th.
So what about, and if they kick him out, so Cue Ball was alluding to, like Barack, gets him behind the scenes and says, you need to, if he were to resign, for health reasons or whatever, then I get what the process is. He can select someone for a replacement, or I mean, it's never been done. So I don't.
No, if he resigns, the vice president becomes president. He can't step down and say, you know what? I think I'm going to make Chuck Schumer president. That's the point of the vice president. When Nixon resigned, Ford became president. There was no question about it. If there's something that I'm missing, I don't think he can maybe pick somebody to run.
Right. So technically, she would be president until November, or I guess until January. I guess when the new, depending on they may run someone else in her place then, or.
Well, here's what he can do. He can do like Johnson did. Not accept the nomination. If they convince him to step down, he will still be president until January 20th. You follow me? Unless they pull the 25th Amendment on him. If he agrees to step down, he says, okay, I will not accept the nomination. He remains president, and they put in there who they think can beat Trump. And it doesn't necessarily have to be Kamala. But I'm telling you, Steve, they are not going to stick Gavin Newsom in there. They cannot replace her with a white man. That ain't going to happen. It's got to be another female. Because she will throw fit. She will throw the racist card back right at their own people. And or the sexist thing. Because she was a diversity hire.
Yes.
They can't kick her off to the side and put Gavin Newsom. That's just not going to happen. I got $100 in my pocket that says that ain't going to happen.
Okay. Okay.
I'm just saying, man. But we'll see. I mean, it's going to be interesting, man. I mean, listen, Barack's calling the shots.
Yeah.
He's calling the shots. There's no two ifs, ands, or buts about that. So whatever he decides to do, pull the big guy in and have a little sit down with him. And Jill, right?
Yeah. So I mean, in the conversation, in the line of questioning during the debate, they brought up, trying to question Trump about retribution. If he becomes president again, are you gonna look at sending up? Because he said something about some people that should be in jail for what they've done, and that now to me he did kind of dodge that by, how did he put it? He said, my retribution is going to be by turning this country around and making it so great that they're embarrassed. That would be my retribution. You think he's going to actually forget about everything that's been done, or is he going to allow them to go after him?
Steve, listen, man. The gloves already came off. He did an interview, and I got to find it somehow. He sat down with Dr. Phil and did a pretty good, I think it was like an hour-long interview with Dr. Phil. And Dr. Phil, was asking him good questions. Dr. Phil is woke up, just like Joe Rogan. He realizes the position we're in, and he's coming out to try to save this country, too. But in that interview, I caught snippets of it. And he asked Trump that question. He said the Democrats are claiming you're going to go in there, you're going to be a dictator, you're going to arrest everybody. He goes, listen, the way we win and get back at them is to take our country back and make this country great again.
Okay.
Because they're trying to destroy it. What I was hoping he would have said, retribution, look what this man's doing to me. Look what he did mention his political opponents, but he's locking up all his political opponents. He's locking up attorneys to Trump. Anybody associated with Trump, even his attorneys, Steve, they have pressed charges on. Unheard of. So I say, we don't be like them, but if we find anyone that's committed a crime, we don't make up crimes. We don't stoop that low because that's not who we are.
Mm-hmm.
But we fight back with fire. If someone committed a crime, I say we go after them. I don't care who they are. You go after them and charge them. I'm talking about everybody involved in anything even outside of politics. Get to the bottom of how this COVID thing started, how it was handled. Steve, I still can't believe, could you imagine? And we've talked about this on the 6th floor many years ago. Could you imagine if China, if it was found out that China purposely let that virus loose and we knew about it? We knew, and we helped them develop COVID-19, and we knew this was going to happen and didn't do nothing to stop it. Could you just imagine if that's true? I'm not saying it's true, but I'm telling you right now, there's a damn good chance it's true. Which is crazy. I mean, you talk about Dr. Evil, man. These Austin Powers movies where you got somebody wanting to destroy the earth. Man, this shit's for real. This is crazy. So anybody committed a crime, lock them up, go after them, because they're sure going to do it to us.
Yeah.
They will make up a crime on us. And like Q-Ball said, you won't even be able to speak your mind. That's the worst thing. You can't even come out here and speak your mind. You can't have an opinion. All right. Next months are definitely going to be interesting. That's for daggone sure, Steve.
To say the least, yeah. All
right, Appreciate you taking the call. Back to work the weekend.
Have a good weekend. You got it. All right. Quickly, a couple minutes here. It said July 1, new laws. Let's start. Connecticut, the first of the month marks the onset of a new Connecticut law that gives cities and towns access to automatic cameras to ticket loud vehicles. Watch out for the loud Jake breaks. Communities across the state have ordinances against loud, modified exhaust pipes. Now, supporters said these ordinances are difficult to enforce. Now, the governor acted earlier this month. He signed into law a 258-page bonding bill that included a provision to permit localities to use photo noise violation monitoring devices to record vehicles noise in excess of 80 decibels. Offending vehicle owners would initially receive a written warning. Repeat offenders would be mailed $100 violations. Additional violations will result in escalating fine amounts, they say. in the state of Idaho, starting July 1, permits commercial vehicles to idle in certain circumstances. The new rule allows commercial vehicles to idle for the purposes of using your heating or air conditioning system when a driver is resting. Another provision permits vehicle idling when parked for purposes of refrigerating perishable commodities, pharmaceuticals, or both. Idling is not allowed in residential areas. Idaho Trucking Association supporting the new change, stating that the change will help prevent rejection of pharmaceuticals or food due to trailer shutdowns, particularly in extreme weather conditions. Indiana, new law allows seatbelt usage to be considered in accident lawsuits. State law has prohibited the seatbelt information from being made available to juries. The governor signed into law a rule to permit juries in civil lawsuits related to vehicle accidents to hear whether the victim was indeed wearing a seatbelt. That information can then be used when considering damages. A judge will still have the final say whether that information is allowed to be presented. Because if you have an injury accident, it was the injured wearing a seatbelt. They may not have been so injured if they had been, right?
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing at Transcap. We're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Haya. Joe Biden and his predecessor, Donald Trump, are tonight facing off against one another in the first presidential debate of this tightly fought campaign, more than 4 months before Americans go to the polls. The 90-minute head-to-head in the U.S. city of Atlanta is a rematch of when the pair took to the stage 4 years ago. Trump, who's since been charged for inciting an attempted insurrection and become the first president to be criminally convicted, lost that election, an outcome he denies. It's the earliest general election debate in American history, so early in the year, in fact, that these two candidates are not yet even their own party's official nominees. Bolivian police have arrested the leader of an attempted coup just hours after the presidential palace in La Paz was stormed by soldiers. The military leader in charge, General Juan José Zúñiga, has said he wants to restructure democracy. Meanwhile, protesters in Kenya are preparing to resume protests there, despite President William Ruto reversing a controversial finance bill which sparked demonstrations this week that turned deadly. Isabel Nakira reports.
Kenyan President William Ruto has conceded to demands of young people and repealed the finance bill that seeks to raise taxes on basic commodities. The bill has now been returned to Parliament for reconsideration. Thousands came out to protest tax increments resulting in loss of lives and destruction of property. Kenya is sitting on a staggering 80 billion debt pile, and lawmakers were hoping to use these taxes to pay that down. But after the public backlash, Mr. Ruto has now directed austerity measures to cut down on public expenditures.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's announced steps are being taken to present a clear path to peace at a second global peace summit aimed at striking an arrangement to end the war with Russia.
We need real steps, everything that can bring just and lasting peace closer to us, Ukrainians.
France's leading far-right parties on course for victory in parliamentary elections. Polls show the National Rally finishing ahead of both the left-wing coalition and President Macron's centrist alliance. Ross Cullen's been following their campaign.
They want to bring immigration down to zero and repeal Emmanuel Macron's controversial pension reforms. Their leading candidate, Marine Le Pen, says she's confident that the National Rally will win an outright majority, which would mean a far-right prime minister would be appointed, a major setback for the centrist president, who shocked the nation when he called this snap election just 3 weeks ago.
And wildfires are continuing to ravage the Arctic Circle. High-intensity blazes are taking hold there for the third time in the past 5 years. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Fresh research suggests that climate change may be doing more damage to large ice sheets in the Antarctic than has previously been understood. Scientists have identified a tipping point in the survival of ice sheets that could suggest a higher future rise in sea levels than current models predict.
Even though sea level rise from the Antarctic ice sheet is relatively slow at the moment, all evidence suggests that could rise very dramatically.
Dr. Alexander Bradley with the British Antarctic Survey is the study's lead researcher.
We've identified a new way in which warm ocean water is able to seep beneath the world's ice sheets in Antarctica and Greenland. Previously, we thought that the ice was kind of just sat on top of the bedrock below, but actually this warm water is able to seep long distances beneath the ice. That provides a lot of heat for melting the ice. A small change in ocean temperatures, which results from a small change in potentially the amount of greenhouse gas emissions, could lead to a very dramatic change in the amount of melting that's taking place.
The findings were published this week in the journal Nature Geoscience. The ice melt the scientists identified is not included in the models currently used by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. They could explain why ice sheets in Antarctica and Greenland are shrinking faster than expected. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Our top stories again. Joe Biden and his predecessor Donald Trump are tonight facing off against one another in the first presidential debate of this tightly fought campaign, more than 4 months before Americans go to the polls. Bolivian police have arrested the leader of an attempted coup hours after the presidential palace in La Paz was stormed by soldiers. And wildfires are continuing to ravage the Arctic Circle.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
we go. Cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. So welcome into a Friday. There you go. I suspect some frightening moments aboard the International Space Station. According to the information released this past day, on Wednesday, the 9 astronauts on the space station briefly had to move to their docked return spacecraft as a satellite broke up in low Earth orbit. The Expedition 71 crew on the ISS went to their 3 spacecraft, including the Boeing Starliner, shortly after 9 o'clock Eastern Time in the evening, according to the briefing from NASA. As the ISS follows a time zone identical to GMT, the astronauts were likely in their sleep period when this occurred. This, they say, was a precautionary measure. NASA officials said that the crew only stayed in their spacecraft for about an hour before they were cleared to exit. And the station then resumed normal operations. They did not specify which satellite was associated with the incident, but satellite monitoring and collision detection firm Leo Labs identified a debris-generating event that same evening. Early indications are that a non-operational Russian spacecraft released a number of fragments. U.S. Space Command also reported that Russer's P-1, that over 100 pieces of trackable debris were generated. Military said they observed no immediate threats. They continue to conduct routine conjunction assessments. That's referring to a close approach of 2 objects in orbit to one another. But this particular Russian satellite launched in June of 2013. It operated till December of 21, actually beyond its expected lifespan. The Earth observation satellite was used for applications ranging from defense to emergency monitoring to agriculture. The amount of debris in orbit generally is a growing concern, obviously. NORAD is tracking more than 45,000 space objects overall as of this past day. Now, that does not include non-trackable pieces. The Union of Concerned Scientists also lists more than 7,500 operational satellites orbiting Earth, the figure that bellies the number of non-operational satellites that cannot be controlled. But I guess word comes up, wake up, get to your safe place. Incoming. Brain dead, what's happening?
Hey, Steve, come back to me just a few minutes, please.
Not a problem. Okay, so let me jump to Dan is on board this Friday. How we doing, Dan?
This is Gilligan. How you get Dan out of Gilligan?
Yeah, well, it says Dan on the screen.
Well, I got in an argument with that darn call screener of yours again. He told me, believe it or not, that Biden did great during the debate. Now, I don't know about your call screener. He's back at that far left liberal stuff. What are you going to do about that? Oh, wait a minute. Maybe that was the voices in my head talking. Oh, okay. On a serious note there, Steve. I think it's kind of weird how that debate started off. Did you hear the lie that they just started off with the first question about how $100 a cart of groceries
cost $120 today?
Biden took office. Well, $120. All right. When the heck did the groceries only go up 20%? It's been up 50 or 60%, if not 100% in some cases, in the last 4 years.
Yeah.
Groceries are skyrocketing, and I'd like to know what's in that $100 cart of groceries. Must be a bunch of noodles or something. It's something that takes up a lot of space, but not but don't cost a whole lot. What, several loaves of bread? I mean, cheap bread, you can get about $2 a loaf even today, you know. It's like, I right there to me set the tone of what was going to happen. And I got to say, I was a little disappointed that Trump did not make a good comeback on this. There, Biden throwed out that same old tired line about Trump saying during the Charlottesville riots that there was good people on both sides, so that means the Nazis that come out of the woods carrying the swastikas and all that, he said was good people. No, not everybody on the right was a Nazi or a KKK member. There was good conservative people there, just like on the left. Not everybody there was an Antifa or a BLM rioter, you know. There was people there genuinely, that's who he was talking about, and I wish he would have took a stand on that lie. You know, this is something that's bugged me that Trump has never really responded to. I was very proud of him, the way he responded, that when the false accusations of him calling our military men and women losers and whatever it was. I mean, he said 19 people have sworn he never said that. The one person that did was a 4-star general that he had fired. That's what you call disgruntled and want to make up stuff. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that Trump does not believe that our military men and women are losers. Biden was all over the place. He was reaching for things. Well, it was like when he was talking about Pappy brought up that Trump's going to target his political opponents. What in the heck has Biden been doing since he took office?
Yeah.
And he brings up, in that very same statement or right at it, he was talking about all the criminal charges against Donald Trump. It's like you're targeting the man, then you're saying that he's going to target his political opponents. You know, I don't get how anybody at this point can vote for Biden. But then again, they're out there. I know a few. They believe the whole bit about how that Trump's going to destroy Social Security. It's not Trump destroying Social Security. It's this paying and using all this Social Security money, like's been brought up, for illegal aliens. There's people out there on disability that have no business being on disability, but they're out there drawing disability. I know a few myself. I'm sure most of your listening audiences knows at least one or two. You know, it's downright frustrating. Well, Steve, that's about all I got. Thank you for letting me have my rant, and I hope everybody has a safe weekend and a good night.
Gilligan, have a good morning. Thanks for checking in here on a Friday. All right, 844-844-3388. Pappy said, yeah, I forgot to mention, I think the moderators actually did a good job for CNN. You know what? I concur. They ask the economy, inflation, border. They hit on all the issues we expected that they wouldn't. He said, I was expecting much more out of them to attack Trump and support Biden. Considering who the moderators were, I actually think they did a fairly decent job. Yeah. Fairly fair. Kind of another reason, maybe I think they wanted Biden to fail. I don't know. Things that make you go, Under industry headlines, freight packaging provider Ardagh Glass Packaging Incorporated and the food supplier Fresh and Ready Foods have announced the permanent closure of facilities in Texas, according to the filings with the Texas Workforce Commission. Ardagh Glass Packaging announced the closure of a glass production facility in Houston. A total of 220 employees will be laid off by the end of the year. An Ardagh Glass Packaging North America spokesperson said these are the result of market conditions. After reviewing current market conditions, we have announced the closure of our Houston glass production facility effective July of 2024. The affected customer base will be supplied from Ardagh's remaining glass manufacturing facilities across the country. Now, Ardagh also recently announced 244 job cuts at a packaging manufacturing facility in Seattle. They said those job cuts are a result of ongoing pressure from low-priced imports from China, Chile, and Mexico, as well as market conditions. The Ardagh Group, based in Luxembourg, is a supplier of glass and metal packaging products. They operate 62 metal and glass production facilities in 16 countries, employing more than 20,000 people. Now, Fresh and Ready Foods announced they're closing their manufacturing facility in Dallas by August 30th. That will eliminate 65 jobs. Now, that was due to a site consolidation, according to the company. Fresh and Ready Foods, based in San Fernando, California, manufacturing and distributing fresh sandwiches, boxed lunches, platters, salads, and baked goods for the likes of medical centers, universities, hotels. In addition to Dallas, the company has manufacturing facilities in Chicago and Los Angeles, and distribution centers in San Francisco and Las Vegas. And we'll be right back.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
I hope your week's going well. Here's a Friday TGIF weekend coming on. Let's see if Brain Dead's taking care of business. We set to roll, Brain Dead.
Yeah, I was trying to get out the guard shack when he was picked up because I called in before and I did the on hold break, the break on hold, and I'm like, yeah, no, Steve will come back to me after the first break. And then I hear you start up and come to me, and I'm like, well, you know what? I can't say that here. You know what I'm saying. So But no, back to the whole, real quick before I get into the NASCAR stuff. That what happened to John Force could happen to anybody with that engine exploding. Now, keep in mind, though, we're not making 11,000 horsepower. We're making 600 horsepower.
Yeah.
But the results still could be the same. So, I mean, glad John is still around, still alive, and 75 years old and still running 300 miles an hour. Hey, I hope I'm that way when I'm 75 years old, be able to run 300 miles an hour. But it also depends on if he has Dean back, because I'm running that right now still. So, but anyway, now let's get to the NASCAR stuff, Steve. Obviously, you heard by now that Tony Stewart and his wife Leah are expecting a kiddo.
Mm-hmm.
You heard that, right?
I did, yes, correct. Starting a family.
Okay. All right. Now, we have some breaking news, Steve. Now, for the last month or so, the NASCAR community has been going, where in the world is Eric Almirola? You remember him, right?
I remember the name.
Well, he drives an Xfinity car for Joe Gibbs. And apparently, him and old Bubba Wallace do not like one another. And, apparently TRD had a little meeting with all the drivers and the teams for competition. Well, apparently Eric Almirola and Bubba Wallace got into it to where Eric Almirola has been suspended indefinitely from Gibbs. However, another source is saying that he will be back in the car in July for the race at Indy coming up the 20th. So we have that. I guess you heard that they have announced a schedule to the playoffs. Did you hear about this?
No, sir.
All right. So you get your scratch pad out, because it's going to be a little confusing here. They announced next season that Loudon and Gateway will be hosting playoff races. So with that being said, they will be getting rid of Atlanta, Watkins Glen, and the Homestead race as well. Now, granted, it is a devastating loss for Homestead, but they'll be moving their date to March, which is a little bit more of the warm weather, which is a little bit more for the warm weather crowd. Now Loudon had a playoff date in 2018, and of course they took it away. But when you look at it, there are other tracks that deserve a playoff spot. But SMI really has got the competition up there, because remember, it's October, it's football season, and well, we all know the Patriots sucks, and nobody up in the Northeast cares about college football. So, I mean, they really don't have to worry about the competition as far as the local market goes. Now, Gateway being on the schedule, there's no NFL team in St. Louis, so you really do have to kind of worry about the whole St. Louis Cardinals, but me being a Cardinals fan of this year, it's hard to tell. And, of course, they got a hockey team anyway. Now, the one I am glad to see back is the one I would like to see back is the one that is coming back is Darlington. It's really sad that 5 of the 10 races are short tracks. This car is junk at a short track. Now, unless NASCAR is working on something in the background to help make them more competitive, it's just a waste of time. But now, losing Homestead and Watkins Glen is an okay move. Atlanta was really a good track, and honestly, it really sucks. But they really should have brought Nashville in to take place of Loudon. But when you step back and look at it from the 30,000-foot view, you have the NFL team there, and you've got college football, which is a religion around here, just ask Rambler. So there's that. I got a name for you, Steve, that you might ring a bell. Does the name Andy Petrie ring a bell?
Certainly.
Well, he has decided to retire from Richard Childress Racing as the director of competition. director of competition. Now, they brought in a gentleman named Keith Broughton. Does he ring a bell?
No.
He is the former crew chief for Austin Dillon, and he goes even farther back to Casey Kane. Now, when you look at his stats, he's only had one win, and that was a 2017 Brickyard. So, why the sudden abrupt move? Why did Andy Petrie retire so abruptly? Well, the rumor has it is how disastrous of a season that Richard Childress Racing has had. And this has been one of their worst seasons in the history of Richard Childress Racing. I mean, you're looking at through 36 starts, 7 top 10s. Austin Dillon has 4 top 20s, and Kyle Busch has 2 top 5s. So obviously, maybe this guy can get done what Andy Petrie couldn't do, and that's delegate more tasks and be more managerial.
Yeah.
And of course we all know it's official. You heard Chase Briscoe is now going to take the seat for Martin Truex. You heard that one, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, all righty. So they had a tire test this past Wednesday at Watkins Glen because they brought 6 compounds up there, 2 from Sonoma race, 2 from they were new, and 2 from last year. They're going to do that. So, Steve, with that being said, my buddy, you're coming up on a break. That's all that we got for today. So have a good weekend. Don't drink too many skull busters watching the race.
All righty, you got it. Yeah, speaking of the weekend, a lot of folks will be heading to the beaches, right? And it's been a rough time. A lot of family vacations. Nothing like losing a family member during what is supposed to be a fun family vacation. A 5th beachgoer has drowned in just 4 days. In the sweltering heat in Florida, a 29-year-old man died Sunday in a rip current at Panama City Beach. 60-year-old Debbie Szymanski on vacation from St. Louis, Missouri, also died Sunday in a rip current at Hollywood Beach. That right on the heels of 3 guys on vacation from Alabama. All 3 of them swept to their deaths within minutes of entering the water at Panama City Beach last Friday. All these people swimming with the red flags around. We get our news break in, and we'll come back with more after this.
From Feature Story News, I'm Nina Morea-Potts with the latest world news from London. It's being reported that Democrats in the United States are increasingly concerned about President Joe Biden's age after his performance in the first TV debate against former President Donald Trump. Mitch McCann reports from New York.
Almost immediately after the debate started in Atlanta, Joe Biden's voice sounded hoarse, and it appeared as if he was stumbling on occasion. Donald Trump saw an opportunity to attack Biden, at one point answering a question by saying, "I don't know what he said at the end of that sentence, and I don't think he knows either." The first presidential debate did see a number of topics discussed that are important to voters, with plenty of discussion on the issue of illegal immigration. In fact, even if candidates were discussing a different topic, Donald Trump would often turn the conversation to immigration, claiming that Biden was responsible for an open border and migrant crime in the United States. President Biden did manage to attack Trump, though. He asked him, "How many billions do you owe for molesting a woman in public, for having sex with a porn star while your wife was pregnant?" After the debate, the Vice President, Kamala Harris, defended Biden's performance, saying it was a slow start but a strong finish. Mitch McCann, New York.
And more on the TV debate. There was no audience and microphones were muted when it wasn't that candidate's time to speak. President Biden did stumble in his answers on a number of occasions. Both men were asked during the CNN presidential debate about concerns over their age.
I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me.
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it.
Taiwan has issued its second highest travel warning for mainland China, Hong Kong and Macau. Taiwan told its citizens not to go to China unless absolutely necessary, following a threat from Beijing last week to execute those deemed die-hard Taiwan independent supporters. Laura Westbrook reports.
Beijing has made no secret of its dislike of Taiwanese President Lai Ching-te, whom it views as a dangerous separatist. China claims self-ruled Taiwan as part of its territory, but the island sees itself as distinct. Taiwan said China's new guidelines, which call for severe punishment for Taiwan independent separatists, represented a serious threat. It also told its residents to avoid non-essential travel to Hong Kong due to its national security laws. The Hong Kong government called the warning political manipulation.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing at Transcap. We're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Back with other industry headlines. FedEx has been in the news a lot over the past week. The earnings call, big jump in share prices earlier in the week. FedEx, they now tell us this past day from FreightWaves, more about the fact that they're conducting a strategic analysis of the company's less than truckload segment and its relative value to the company, suggesting that FedEx Freight could be sold or spun off so the company can focus on the parcel and logistics business. With the recent completion of the fiscal year 2025 planning process, we've turned our focus to the next phase of our long-term stockholder value creation plans. As a part of this work, our management team and the board of directors, along with outside advisors, are conducting an assessment of the role of FedEx Freight in our portfolio structure and potential steps to further unlock sustainable shareholder value, according to the CEO on the earnings call earlier this week. A call with analysts. We're committed to completing this review thoroughly and deliberately by the end of the calendar year. Now, FedEx Freight is the corporation's best performing segment, with operating margins of 20% each of the past 2 years, compared with margins of 11.8% for ground and 2% for express last year. FedEx Freight is the largest LTL carrier in the nation, extremely efficient, with an operating ratio of 80%, second only to Old Dominion Freight Line. Satish Jindal, the founder and president of Parcel Transport Consultancy, known as ShipMatrix, predicted in an interview that FedEx will spin off the freight subsidiary. The best option for maximizing shareholder value is creating an independent company with FedEx Freight, the largest LTL carrier in the nation, and issuing shares to current investors, he argues. You'll have the greater shareholder return with a spinoff to the public market, not a sale, because the next largest carriers, ODFL and Saia, don't need FedEx Freight and is too expensive for anyone else to buy. He urges FedEx founder Fred Smith in an open letter nearly 3 years ago to make Freight a standalone company because by his estimate, it had a market capitalization of $34 billion compared to $61 billion for the entire FedEx enterprise. FedEx Freight's revenue has increased 16.5% since then to $9.1 billion. Its estimated valuation is now more than $50 billion. So a spinoff is even more justified now, he says. No carrier is big enough to be able to buy FedEx Freight, knocking down speculation that maybe XPO, another large LTL, would bid for the FedEx unit. And you can't integrate two carriers because LTL networks are so asset intensive, there would be huge redundancy in terminals. The public markets don't have enough choices. That's why you have more people buying the stocks of Saia, ODFL, and XPO. The moment they have a choice of a fourth carrier, they will invest there, he says. Now, another major LTL player is ABF Freight System. Their expansion into household goods movement and third-party logistics means LTL is less than half their business now. Several other analysts said a spinoff of Freight is the most likely outcome. That division has quietly grown from the family outcast to the most profitable division in the portfolio, and with peer valuations at nearly double that of FedEx, such a move makes sense to us. Markets looked favorably on the prospect of a freight deal and improved profit figures. FedEx stock price was up 14.5% in midday trading, and that's from Tuesday's close. BMO Carpet analysts said in a client note that FedEx shares could be valued at $310 to $338 per share if Freight is divested during the current fiscal year. Now, Tuesday's close was $293 a share. So they're talking share prices going up. That value could shoot as high as $408 per share in fiscal year 2026 if there is a deal. FedEx rival UPS back in 2021 sold their LTL unit to Canada-based trucking company TFI International. In related news, FedEx is in the process of consolidating Express and Ground into one integrated air and ground operating network. Okay, so like I said, FedEx has been in the news quite a bit over the past week. Sundance on a Friday. What's happening?
Oh, not much, Mr. Summers. Hey, who lost the debate?
I don't know. The American people? What do you think?
There you go. That is exactly the answer I was looking for. Ding, ding, ding. You are so correct. So now, listen. So you think if Joe falls down a lot, you think RFK Jr. is going to get enough to get to the next stage?
You mean like to make the debate stage with like the 15% thing and all the criteria? Yeah. I don't know. I'd be kind of iffy on that. Honestly,
you don't think Joe went down 7 percentage points?
Oh, it'll be interesting to see if Joe goes down, if Trump goes down, if they. I don't know. You think RFK may go up?
I think he's coming, buddy. He's in the back of the pack, but he's on the back stretch. He's fixing to make turn 3, and here we go. You know, Republicans talking about all this stuff about switching candidates and stuff. When the Republican Party, they pulled this thing off where they had a guy become president that not one American voted for. And that's pretty slick right there. That's how long the deep state's been going. You know that, right?
Who are you referencing?
That would be Gerald Ford. Not one American voted for him. He was not a vice president candidate under Nixon. He got put on there after Spiro Agnew had to leave office for tax problems. They put him there, and then Nixon had to step down, and Gerald Ford, like I said, not one American ever voted for him on any ticket.
Okay.
And he became president. That's pretty slick. So, but yeah, I don't know who trained Joe all week, but I think they overdid it. I think he wore his ass out.
I think that's why. His voice was so scratchy. I think they had him up talking all week long, a lot more than he normally would. And
yeah,
yep,
right. Yeah, I think they took him 15 round sparring match every day. Good God, they wore him out. But you know, it's good. I'm glad that showed up. So now we can move on and do something right for the country. Oh, and as far as cue ball. Cue ball, stop fighting the ELD. The ELD is the best damn thing that ever happened for truck drivers.
There you go. There goes.
Yeah, Steve,
your son, your sun dunce is showing through. You're being the sun dunce now.
No. Listen, the ELD and the paper log, they have to match up, correct? If you take a break with a paper log, you have to show your own break. The ELD eliminates all your paperwork. You don't even have to do it. You just got to hit a button. Who wants to do all that extra work for nothing? Because a paper log, you do not. You have to show that your ELD and your paper log have to match up together. It don't matter if you're on the ELD or paper. They have to match where you're at. See, trucking is the only job in the world where you have to account for your life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
Sure.
That's how much we work. That's our work schedule. We're on call. That logbook and that ELD keep account of where you're at that many hours a day of your life. So you can go back and find out where I've been since 1995, every day of my life, where I was at and what I was doing. And if anybody else is running paper log or ELD, they are under the same. We're under 24/7. Now, if cue ball is not smart enough to learn how to do his rates enough to where he gets paid the right amount because he can't run illegal or run stupid, and nobody should have to work like that. Slavery was abolished.
I can tell you one thing, son dunce, you're barking up the wrong tree, buddy. If there's one person out there that you cannot school in any form or fashion, that would be Steve Foschek.
Well, apparently he has a problem with the ELD, and I make great money. I made so much. Okay. I made $1.2 million.
No, we're not going into a math lesson.
No, I'm just saying there's money to be made if you.
No math lessons. You know damn good and well your statement that the ELD is the greatest thing that ever happened to trucking. What is the percentage out there, drivers? What is it? 80, 90% of you say it's the worst thing that has ever happened to trucking. And the factual matter, the statistics prove the ELD has not done anything to improve safety on the highways. It has been detrimental. The ELD is killing people out there, truck drivers and innocent motoring public individuals, forcing drivers to do things they otherwise would not do, speeding in construction zones. The clock is ticking. A driver being forced to stop when they're 10 miles from their destination, where they could have otherwise possibly been home for the weekend or their 34-hour restart. I could go on, but gotta love Sundance. Sundance proving what he does. And we'll be right back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
We've nearly cleared out the phone lines, so room for you at 844-844-3388. Now see if Eagle's hanging in there. You still with us, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm still here, brother. Hey, listen, Steve. Before I get back to the debate, I want to make a comment about some things we talked about the last night before. On the situation with these restaurants, Hooters. I learned some more information over the last day or so. There's locations. A lot of people wasn't even notified, Steve. Employees. They said that it was a spur of the moment. People said that they went to work on Sunday morning or either Monday when this occurred, and the front door of the restaurant was locked. And they were told that they didn't have no employment no more. They wasn't even given a 2-week notice or nothing. They just, Hooters, they, like you said, they closed the ones that are not making money and that are not, staying busy enough. And they didn't even have a decency to let the people know, employees know 2 weeks, before they lock the doors that their people going to be out of jobs. And from what you're saying, and I've seen it myself, I think Texas is the hardest hit with over 16 locations being closed in the state of Texas. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of people out of work right now, and Hooters, a lot of people as waitresses and cooks and managers or whatever they would, did there. But that's pretty bad when you fire somebody without notice. just lock the doors and tell them you don't have no job no more. It's a pretty bad deal there. So, especially expensive as everything is now. Now, Steve, getting back to the debate. Okay, getting back to the debate. You know, Joe Biden, Steve, Joe Biden, he had the nerve to try to argue with Donald Trump. Oh, he tried to. Trump gave the statistics saying that Biden is by far the worst president we ever had. And good old Joe Biden had to come back and say that Donald Trump was the worst president. He claimed he got evidence of this, that people have said these things. This guy's living in a fantasy world, Steve. And like I said before, he said that, when he came to golf, I told you that earlier, this guy can barely walk, Steve. He had the nerve to try to insult Donald Trump, saying that Donald Trump has to carry his own golf bag. Joe Biden, he can't even carry a golf bag. And then he says he can outdrive Donald Trump in a driving range.
Right.
Shootout. This guy here, it's amazing that he would say something so stupid. He just embarrassed himself on national television. But see, here's the scary part, though. Like I told you, Steve, they even said it on CNN. You know something, Steve? I think some of your other callers have said this. I didn't realize that until after I hung up and listened to some of your. I think I had mentioned it last week about some of these different deals. I think Joe Biden got set up, Steve. I think Joe Biden got set up by his own people party. They wanted Joe Biden to come out. I don't even think Joe Biden was practicing, Steve. They claim that he went into hiding for over a week up in Camp David to practice for this debate. I don't even think he was practicing. I think they set Joe Biden up because, believe it or not, Steve, remember I've been talking all week long about Dana Bash and Snake Tapper. It almost seemed like they were showing favoritism towards Donald Trump. There were several times. I remember I told you I thought they was going to be cutting Donald Trump off,
right,
telling Trump that he couldn't talk and finish. They did that to Joe Biden 3 or 4, maybe more than that. Joe Biden would be talking. They say your time is up. Your time is up. And I thought they was going to be doing that to Trump. I almost believe that they set him up, Steve, because like I said, they said that there would be no note cards, no teleprompters or nothing. That was a death sentence for Joe Biden right there, Steve. Joe Biden, there's no way in hell, I had told you that before, there's no way Joe Biden could have done a debate without a teleprompter, without some type of notes to read off of. He couldn't do this off of memory because he doesn't have any memory. And it showed last night that the guy has no memory whatsoever. He couldn't remember anything. And he just really embarrassed himself. And the Democrats, they got to make a move, Steve. Like I say, they got to make a move, and they got to make a move real fast because if they don't, it's Donald Trump going to walk right into the White House, Scott, because there is no competition at this point right now, Steve. So, like I said, I never thought. I almost fell over and had a heart attack, Steve, and I'm still young. I almost had a heart attack when I was watching CNN, and I actually seen people on CNN, Communist News Network, saying that Joe Biden was a complete failure last night. The black guy, I don't know what his name is, he was in shock. He said, we got to do something that Joe Biden just ain't up to par. There were several people on the CNN news panel after the debate. They were actually saying that we got to make a move on Joe Biden. Joe Biden cannot be our leader going into the Democratic convention. I almost had a heart attack, Steve. I was in total shock. And so we'll see what happens in the next couple of days, but it's not looking good for good old Joe Biden, brother. So if I was Joe Biden, Steve, I would do like that one guy who called in earlier, I forgot what his name was, the one, they take the deal that they offer him because right now he got a chance to pardon his son. They probably going to give him the opportunity to pardon his son, Hunter, and pardon anybody else associated with him. But if he refuses to take that order and step down, then Joe Biden, he won't be able to pardon his son, and his son might end up in jail. So Biden, he better go ahead and take the opportunity that's given to him. If they tell him to step down, go ahead and step down so you can pardon your son and go out with some kind of dignity. Other than that, he's going to get totally embarrassed. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
There you go. All right, Eagle, have a great weekend. Thanks for chiming in. And it is 844-844-3388. Steve joins us from Columbus. Good morning, Mr. Summers. All the listeners out there, Friday's finally here. And needless to say, we're a bit tired here. Stayed up a bit late watching the debate. I think President Trump hit home run after home run last night. Got the pickup packed, ready to head to town. Looks like a couple of trips to Wright Pat today for the trash truck. Everybody enjoy your day, enjoy your weekend. All right, quick, before we hit the news break there, I mentioned dying at the beach, riptides, deadly riptides. And we've seen a rash of them in just the past week or so. I believe it's up to 8 drowning victims now in just the past week. Bay County Sheriff said the acts of courage by first responders were amazing. Many of our rescue swimmers went into the dark, dangerous waters for over 2 hours to attempt to rescue those young men from Alabama that had been pulled out. They were pulled from the water, but all 3 died at local hospitals. Also, last Thursday, you had a couple from Pennsylvania that died in a rip current in Florida's East Coast while vacationing with their 6 children. So bringing the total number of rip current deaths in Florida just this week to 8. Please stay out of the water. The water can appear calm, but underneath, currents are treacherous today, and they're citing all these drownings occurring when the red flags are out. The 5 victims at Panama City Beach were all swimming when red flags were posted. Double red flags mean extremely dangerous conditions. No one should be swimming at all. Single red flags indicate high hazard conditions with high surf and or currents.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Nina Maria-Potts with the latest world news from London. It's being reported that Democrats in the United States are increasingly concerned about President Joe Biden's age after his performance in the first TV debate against former President Donald Trump. Mitch McCann reports from New York.
Almost immediately after the debate started in Atlanta, Joe Biden's voice sounded hoarse, and it appeared as if he was stumbling on occasion. Donald Trump saw an opportunity to attack Biden, at one point answering a question by saying, "I don't know what he said at the end of that sentence, and I don't think he knows either." The first presidential debate did see a number of topics discussed that are important to voters, with plenty of discussion on the issue of illegal immigration. In fact, even if candidates were discussing a different topic, Donald Trump would often turn the conversation to immigration, claiming that Biden was responsible for an open border and migrant crime in the United States. President Biden did manage to attack Trump, though. He asked him, "How many billions do you owe for molesting a woman in public, for having sex with a porn star while your wife was pregnant?" After the debate, the Vice President, Kamala Harris, defended Biden's performance, saying it was a slow start but a strong finish. Mitch McCann, New York.
And more on the TV debate. There was no audience and microphones were muted when it wasn't that candidate's time to speak. President Biden did stumble in his answers on a number of occasions. Both men were asked during the CNN presidential debate about concerns over their age.
I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me.
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it.
Taiwan has issued its second highest travel warning for mainland China, Hong Kong and Macau. Taiwan told its citizens not to go to China unless absolutely necessary, following a threat from Beijing last week to execute those deemed die-hard Taiwan independent supporters. Laura Westbrook reports.
Beijing has made no secret of its dislike of Taiwanese President Lai Ching-te, whom it views as a dangerous separatist. China claims self-ruled Taiwan as part of its territory, but the island sees itself as distinct. Taiwan said China's new guidelines, which call for severe punishment for Taiwan independent separatists, represented a serious threat to the safety of Taiwanese. It also told its residents to avoid non-essential travel to Hong Kong due to its national security laws. The Hong Kong government called the warning political manipulation.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. The latest opinion polls in France make especially grim reading for President Emmanuel Macron, following his decision to call a snap parliamentary election after the strong performance by the country's far right in this month's European elections. It was a gamble by Macron to stake his reputation on an effort to get the French public to return to the centre, and the polls suggest it may not be paying off. The far-right Rassemblement National party is forecast to win 36% of the vote, with Macron's political allies trailing by 15 points, raising the prospect of major change at the top of French politics.
We haven't had the hard-right government since Vichy France under Marshal Pétain, so it shows you how dramatic and potentially tragic this is.
Agnès Poirier is a French writer and broadcaster. She says defeat would not necessarily mean the end of the Macron presidency.
The president can still appoint a prime minister from the first bloc with the most seats. But Marine Le Pen said, we want an absolute majority, otherwise we refuse to cohabit with the president. He could resort to forming a unity government from anyone without any allegiance with both extremes.
The first round of voting takes place this weekend, with the second round on July the 7th. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And a reminder now of the hour's top story. It's being reported that Democrats in the United States are increasingly concerned about President Joe Biden's age after his performance in the first TV debate against former President Donald Trump. President Biden stumbled in his answers on a number of occasions. And that's the latest world news from Feature Story News. I'm Nina Maria Potts in London.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Grand National Point races have reached the 30% mark, more or less. The Hot Shot Secret bonus series, more like 60%. And once more, the winners will have misty watercolor memories from Toma. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. For the third consecutive weekend, Grand National polling was unceremoniously interrupted by precipitation. This time, it was the Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Super Nationals that got caught in the rinse-repeat cycle, as heavy rains fell for significant periods during much of Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and misted for nearly every one of its off hours. In the end, however, just one session on Friday night was called off, and those hardy fans with three-day bans witnessed at least one of every division in this, the 49th year of the upper Midwestern spectacle of horsepower that is Toma, Wisconsin. This week and next, let's talk about the state of the points races, both for the 2024 Grand National Championships and the 2024 Hot Shot Secret Challenge, which is already 3 events into its slate of 5. In light superstock, these standings coincide after 4 hooks across Benson, North Carolina, and Toma. Defending champion Terry Blackburn and considered armed and dangerous leads by a single point over Scott Whitworth's circuit sophomore Yield Express, and by 2 over Marcus Wedelson's Gunpowder and Lead on the strength of Blackburn's second-place finish in Toma on Friday. In Newfield's Ag Superstock Diesel, the 3-time champ Triple Bypass and Colin Ross leads the champ standings by 4 with a win each in Hutchinson, Minnesota, and Toma. But only Toma counts toward the challenge, and there Kent Payne's Super Rooster holds a first and a third to lead by 5 after Ross had to scratch Bypass from competition on Saturday. In Superstock Open, the 2 charts have yet to diverge, with the 4 hooks coming at challenge events Benson and Toma. Your leader is the fully loaded B-Tech sponsor John Deere of Jeff Hodem, who has yet to win but has been second in his first 3 appearances preceding a Saturday afternoon 6th. Blackburn's Extremely Armed and Dangerous is second, 3-back, and Bob Gansmere's Rutten Deer third at -4. In High Torque Super Farm, no action at Toma, and so the table matches the order of finish in the surviving session at Farley, Iowa. Ryan Anderson's Green Galvanized Stairs-sponsored Checkin' Out 1256 IH is your leader by 1 over Dan Schulte's Binder Express and by 2 over the returning champ Deer Tracks of the Freezes. And in Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, the division has gotten equal parts work and rest after losing 1 session each over Farley, Hutch, and Toma. But 8 appearances into a 22-hook campaign, it's the injected funds of Brent Meyer back on top by 7 over the Mack Trailer team's Mac Daddy and by 8 over New Brunswick Canadian Chance McGrath's Last Chance 2. Same order for the Hot Shot Secret Challenge. We'll visit the remaining races in the 2024 Grand National and Hot Shot Secret Challenge bonus series standings in next week's report. A reminder that you can catch all 13 divisions of the Hot Shot Secret Challenge bonus series in action at upcoming polls in Rockwall, Iowa for the North Iowa Nationals on August 1st through the 3rd, and in Bowling Green, Ohio at the National Tractor Pulling Championships from August 15th through the 17th. And follow these races all year long on the standings page at ntpapull.com. While the GN circuit is on hiatus until the Lions Super Bowl of the South in 3 weeks, you can catch NTPA Championship pulling action at regional events. This week, a big 3-day poll in Arcola, Indiana, Thursday through Saturday, June 27th through the 29th. And on Thursday in Cadiz, Ohio, and next Monday in both Rushville, Indiana, and Marion, Ohio. NTPAPULL.com for class and location information. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I am John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
And off and rolling into the final hour here on a Friday. TGIF. Been a lot of talk about restaurant closures, retail closures, and that news continues to pour in as Walgreens announcing this past day they plan to close a, quote, significant number of underperforming stores across the country due to ongoing challenges with profitability and declining margins. The store closures part of their multi-year footprint optimization program. Seems like everybody's trying to streamline, while Walgreens did not specify how many of its more than 8,700 stores will be affected. The CEO told the Wall Street Journal that a, quote, meaningful percent of the underperforming locations will shutter. Walgreens shares tumbled in pre-market trading on Thursday after the company cut their 2024 profit forecast. Over the past year, shares have dropped over 45%. Tim Wentworth, the CEO, said, "We continue to face a difficult operating environment, including persistent pressures on the U.S. consumer, the impact of recent marketplace dynamics, which have eroded pharmacy margins. Sales at stores open for at least a year slipped 2.3% compared with a year ago quarter, which they blamed on the challenging retail environment. They also noted that their retail margin was negatively affected by increased promotional activity and higher shrink levels, that's theft, loss of inventory. A lot of smash and grabs, right? The company now expects fiscal 2024 full-year adjusted earnings of $2.80 to $2.95 per share, down from the previous estimated $3.20 to $3.35 a share. Pretty significant. This change reflects the challenging pharmacy industry trends and a worse-than-expected consumer environment, according to the company. The company's results and outlook reflect such headwinds despite solid performance in the international and U.S. healthcare segments. Informed by our strategic review, we're focused on improving our core business, retail pharmacy, which is central to the future of healthcare. Okay, Walgreens can be added to the list. C&I Dog saying hello on a Friday. Good morning.
How you doing?
Doing
Yesterday
well.
you were talking about gaming. Where the guy went over there to go after another guy on the same platform he played games.
Taking an airline flight from New Jersey to Florida to find the guy you're playing on the internet. Guess he wanted to kill the guy.
Well, I'm not condoning that kind of behavior whatsoever, but gaming is pretty serious to a lot of people.
Really?
I played a game continuously for 4 years. It's called Perfect World.
Yeah.
We call it free to play, pay to win. Okay. Gaming, you could possibly put like $30,000 on just one character investing. You know, like you got to buy stuff like stuff to make armor, stuff to make weapons, and stuff to refine them and all that. After all said and done, you could dump a lot of cash on there.
Really?
And I bet you a lot of these kids run up credit cards. Oh, yeah. And the second thing is like Adidas. You know, a lot of people are not into sports. They're more into gaming. So they actually, from what I heard from somebody that worked with Adidas, they were making gaming clothing lines, you know. So you're sitting there on your computer chair playing a game wearing, fashionable clothes or something like that. As in gaming, you can marry characters, you know, male, female, and now they got male, female. I see in the games too. Some people have taken that quite seriously and met these people in real life and actually become husband and wife. I knew one guy that went to a foreign country to meet a girl he met. He lived in New York, and I can't remember where she lived, but he flew over to meet her. What else is there? Oh, the amount of time that people spend gaming is probably more than they do in reality. I mean, they are alive per se, but they spend so much time in game, you know, in like what's a group, or they call it a faction, or you know, they get many different names of like an army or whatever they call it inside the game, and they have, you know, loyalty to that, and they have world wars in there. So it is pretty serious, and some people I know have been in this one game for probably 12 or 13 years and still in it today.
So you're spending all this money. You're saying some of them are investing a lot of money, but it is a game. And at the end of the day, what if another player is better than you and they beat you? Is that what prompts somebody to get so angry by that you can't beat them?
That's a good possibility. Or, you know, like in the game, if you're trying to do some questing, you know, you got to take out all these mobs, you know, little characters, and somebody comes by and they whack you, you know. So then you got to go to town, and then you got to start all over again, you know, and then they come back and do it again. Some people get quite upset. There's player versus player, you know, where that kind of stuff happens. And then they got that where it's player versus mob, you know, so you don't get attacked as much unless you go into some kind of competition. But, yeah, some people get quite upset about that stuff. And it is fun, but it is also like role play. Some people, it's like an alternative universe to them, you know. It's something they can't be in reality, but they could be in fantasy.
An alternate universe.
Yes, sir.
Yep. All right. Well, seeing eye dog, any big plans for the weekend?
Well, yeah, I got to do some lawn work. I got to finish staining the deck, and I'm hoping to do something a little more interesting on the 4th of July. It's kind of weird being on a Thursday, right?
Yes.
I wonder how some people are going to finagle how to get out of work doing it that way. Probably take Thursday, Friday off, you know?
Yeah. Or
you got plans for the 4th?
You can be like me. You take Wednesday and Friday, use 2 days, and get a 5-day weekend.
There you go.
That's about it for me. That's my plans. We're not going to be doing the big blow up the neighborhood shindig this time, but ain't got the jack. I got a cruise coming up in October. Big Ed asked me in hour one, and I'm sure there will be more discussion about the topic, but being an Oklahoman, boomer sooner, Big Ed, the big news out of Oklahoma. Oklahoma's chief school official has notified all state schools to immediately incorporate the Bible into classroom curriculum, drawing immediate outrage and threats of lawsuits in a state that was recently reprimanded for trying to use taxpayer dollars to create a Catholic school. But the word comes down, effective immediately, all Oklahoma schools are required to incorporate the Bible, which includes the Ten Commandments, as an instructional support into the curriculum in grades 5 through 12. The Bible is one of the most historically significant books and a cornerstone of Western civilization, along with the Ten Commandments, the notice reads. In a press conference Thursday, Ryan Walters, the school superintendent, said that every school will have a Bible in the classroom and that every teacher will be teaching from the Bible in the classroom. The Bible will be referenced as an appropriate study of history, civilization, ethics, comparative religion, or the like, as well as for their substantial influence on our nation's founders and the foundational principles of our Constitution. Adherence to this is compulsory and immediate, and strict compliance is expected. Oklahoma kids will learn that the Bible and the Ten Commandments are foundational for Western civilization. Obviously, the left is upset. But Oklahoma's Thursday's directive just 2 days after the state's highest court rejected what was set to become the first ever publicly funded religious charter school. Last year, a state school board approved the creation of a taxpayer-supported online Catholic school, triggering a high-profile legal battle to decide whether public funds can be used to create religious schools. Oklahoma's Supreme Court ultimately said it is an unconstitutional, slippery slope infringement on the First Amendment's protections against the government's endorsement of a religion. The framers' intent is clear. The court's majority said the state is prohibited from using public money for the use, benefit, or support of a sect or system of religion. Now, obviously, like I said, immediately, lawsuits will be filed. I think the same has already occurred in Louisiana when they mandated that the Ten Commandments be posted in all the schools there. Nowhere near is going to the length of saying the Bible will be in every classroom. The Bible will be taught to students. They just said the Ten Commandments. You guarantee there's the atheists are going to be, they're losing their proverbial minds right now over that sort of a mandate. So, I wouldn't be surprised lawsuits may be filed as early as today, less than 24 hours after that announcement is made. See where it goes, but rather interesting. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here on a Friday, TGIF. Ready or not, here comes the weekend. And Brother Rambler, good morning.
Well, good morning, Steve, and hello, God's children out there. And glad to be on the air with you. You know the story you just read.
Oklahoma.
Now, I fully fundamentally believe this. that the Ten Commandments needs to be back in school and it needs to be taught because that is God's universal law. But now I'm a minister, I'm a preacher, you know. I love telling people about my best friend, but you can't force no one to serve God. You can't shove it down their throat and expect them to serve the Lord Jesus Christ. If you do that, they're going to rebel. You know, Madam O'Hare was the one that, you know, and I'm sure, you know, when you were a young man, you know, growing up, you know, y'all used to pray in school, and with my mother's pushing 70, you know, the Ten Commandments was taught in school. And that is a universal law. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not bear false witness against your brother, thou shalt not covet your neighbor's wife. There's only one God, and he's a jealous God, and, you know, on and on and on. I believe it needs to be taught, but, you know, to take other things and shove it down, leave it up to the preachers who are called by God to preach this gospel, and leave it up to the people to have a choice. You know, God gave us free will, Steve. He gave us free will. If God wanted to create a bunch of robots to serve him, he would have created a bunch of robots. But he created human beings that, you know, in the Garden of Eden, they free willingly disobeyed God. And did it hurt the Lord? Yeah. But he gave them free will. And so you have a choice. And I know you're coming up on the break. I wanted to get into what you were talking about, the video games, because, there's a lot of money to be made playing video games. And I'll tell you about this gamer when we get back from your break that has made millions. Yes. Oh, yes. And matter of fact, while we're on break, if you're not out having a smoke break, look up the name MatPat, MatPat, MatPat. Man has made millions of dollars, all for playing video games and being on YouTube doing it. Anyways, just put me on hold and
my
get
kids,
back with me, brother.
My boy plays video games. My grandson plays video games, and they do it a lot. They play for hours. How come they ain't making me millions of dollars?
My boys play video games too. Fortnite being the biggest one. Other video games that are very well noted. Call of Duty, that's a huge one. Gods of War, that's a huge one that they'll get on there and just play video games. And I mean, this guy MatPat, he's got over 40 million YouTube followers. And
well, that would make sense. That's where he's making his money then. Yeah, when you get because once you get the followers on YouTube and you start getting, I mean, it's fractions of a penny for every individual view you get. But when you've got millions of viewers and if they tune in on a regular basis, all of a sudden those fractions of a penny turn into big bucks. But all right, we'll be right back. News break time, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Nina Maria-Potts with the latest world news from London. It's being reported that Democrats in the United States are increasingly concerned about President Joe Biden's age after his performance in the first TV debate against former President Donald Trump. Mitch McCann reports from New York.
Almost immediately after the debate started in Atlanta, Joe Biden's voice sounded hoarse, and it appeared as if he was stumbling on occasion. Donald Trump saw an opportunity to attack Biden, at one point answering a question by saying, "I don't know what he said at the end of that sentence, and I don't think he knows either." The first presidential debate did see a number of topics discussed that are important to voters, with plenty of discussion on the issue of illegal immigration. In fact, even if candidates were discussing a different topic, Donald Trump would often turn the conversation to immigration, claiming that Biden was responsible for an open border and migrant crime in the United States. President Biden did manage to attack Trump, though. He asked him, "How many billions do you owe for molesting a woman in public, for having sex with a porn star while your wife was pregnant?" After the debate, the Vice President, Kamala Harris, defended Biden's performance, saying it was a slow start but a strong finish. Mitch McCann, New York.
And more on the TV debate. There was no audience and microphones were muted when it wasn't that candidate's time to speak. President Biden did stumble in his answers on a number of occasions. Both men were asked during the CNN presidential debate about concerns over their age.
I spent half my career being criticized as being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me.
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it.
Taiwan has issued its second highest travel warning for mainland China, Hong Kong and Macau. Taiwan told its citizens not to go to China unless absolutely necessary, following a threat from Beijing last week to execute those deemed die-hard Taiwan independent supporters. Laura Westbrook reports.
Beijing has made no secret of its dislike of Taiwanese President Lai Ching-te, whom it views as a dangerous separatist. China claims self-ruled Taiwan as part of its territory, but the island sees itself as distinct. Taiwan said China's new guidelines, which call for severe punishment for Taiwan independent separatists, represented a serious threat. It also told its residents to avoid non-essential travel to Hong Kong due to its national security laws. The Hong Kong government called the warning political manipulation.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
There you go. Back at it here. What do we got? Hello to Hoot Who. What a handle. Hoot Who. He said, I could not watch that man Biden for anything. These folks are deceitful, always have ulterior motives. He's a walking corpse. Hope you have a good weekend coming up, and we'll hear you come Monday. All right, thank you very much, Hoot Who. Good to have you on board. All right, back to Brother Rambler. Thanks for hanging in there.
All right, Steve, I appreciate you taking me back. But yeah, and he's just one of the many. Matt Pat, who I was speaking of before the break, he's just one of a few gamers. And I tell you, you know, I found out about it because, you know, when my boys were a little bit younger, they were watching this guy on YouTube. You know, he's got a camera pointed at himself. He's got a split screen playing a video game and making all like, oh my God, it's going to get me. It's going to get me. And I'm like, boys, what are y'all watching? Oh, this is a video gamer, Dad. He's showing us how to play this video game we can win, and he tests out video games and all this stuff. I'm like, this is stupid. I said, this makes no sense. But then you see the people watching him. It was like an astounding number.
Yeah.
I'm like, y'all spend your time watching this? Really? I said, okay. But I said, okay, boys, whatever, you know. But, yeah, I mean, before the pandemic, I kid you not, he was going around selling out. I mean, not like Jerry's Land out there in Arlington, Texas, but he was selling out arenas. And Steve, all this guy would sit there and do is these parents would buy these kids tickets. They would go sit in an arena, and all this guy would do, and I kid you not, the Lord, my right hand to God, the God hears what I'm about to say. He would get on stage, sit in a recliner, and he'd play video games. And they paid money, and he would sell out arenas doing
I'll
it.
be darned.
Steve, I'm not making it up.
Just to watch him play.
Yeah. And watch him play.
Wow.
Yes. Another popular guy. He's not known as a gamer, but now you're seeing him all over TV. And he almost went, I know he was a college baseball player, and he went semi-pro with some farm team. But now he's all over the place. That's Mr. Beast. And at first, you know, that set the red flags up. I'm like, why is someone getting on here calling himself Beast? But then the boy started showing me everything that he's doing, his generosity, his acts of kindness, and how, you know, he follows the Bible and stuff like that. I mean, he even fired one of his cohorts that helps him make the videos because he come out wanting to be a tranny. He's like, oh no, you ain't coming on here and doing that with these kids, and fired him because of it. But yeah, if you watch the Zaxby's commercial, the Beast Box, that's him. That's Mr. B, and made a fortune, millions of dollars on YouTube. That's how he did it. You know, I mean, Steve, the boys showed me a video with this guy, Mr. Beast, going. He took some proceeds he got from YouTube for YouTube paid him to do a whole bunch of videos. He took it. He went and bought out a whole used car lot and literally gave cars away to people. I mean, people would pull in, and he says, we got a deal for you. He said, matter of fact, I'm going to pay you to take this car. And basically just you know, gave cars away. And you can go to YouTube, pull it up, and there it is. It's him doing it. So, yeah, I'm thinking the same thing you're thinking, Steve. You know, I mean, my kids play video games. Why ain't you out there making me millions of dollars? That way I ain't got to get out here and work.
Exactly.
But I don't – yeah, exactly, you know, exactly. So, you know, it's just crazy. I heard Brain Dead's call, and yeah, college football in the South is almost a religion. You stand in front of the TV, hoop, holler, cuss, and then go to church and repent on what kind of a fool you made of yourself Sunday. You know, watching college football, but it's going to be an interesting season, I tell you that right now. And looks like to me, from the college football standpoint, Georgia definitely has the toughest schedule out of all the SEC teams. But, man, I watched that video you posted also with John Force.
Yeah.
God Almighty.
When they put it into
75 years.
When you put it into slow motion, that's when it brings it home. I mean, at full speed, it doesn't look that bad, kind of like, you know, like the Earnhardt crash. But then when you see it in slow motion, it's like, whoa, look at that impact.
Not only that, and you said it best, you can be strapped in, have all the best, latest, and greatest technology to keep your body from not moving, but you ain't going to keep that brain brain from moving. Yeah. And when you smack the wall at 300 miles an hour, you're going to feel it.
Yeah.
You're definitely going to feel it. But back to what we were saying, you know, about religion and stuff like that. You know, the teacher, it should not be up to the teacher to get the Bible out and try and teach this the children. I mean, I can understand if you're a Sunday school teacher and you're trying to do that, but listen, you know, when it comes to trying to teach the Word of God, leave it up to someone that God has called. I mean, God called preachers, someone that God has anointed and appointed to teach His gospel and to preach His gospel. You know, if I'm a teacher, I would teach the Ten Commandments and say, but listen, children, I go to here's my church, here's my preacher, get your parents to come on, he'll teach you more. Or I teach Sunday school at so-and-so church, you know, whatever your church name is, and you can come and find out more. Because it will cause an uproar. I mean, Jesus said it best. He said, he told his followers, he's telling us today, he said, the world will hate you because they hated me first. And it's always going to cause an uproar. And, you know, I love telling people about Jesus because he is my best friend. Just like that song I love singing. I cry every time I sing it. And for all of you who follow me at Determined Ministries Church, if you have to plug your ears and you howl like a dog when I'm singing, I apologize. I don't have no one else to sing, so it's just me. But I also appreciate the nice comments, the you know, everything you come and support us with. It really means a lot to me. But I love telling people about a man that's never turned his back on me. Steve, he ain't never robbed me for money. He ain't never screwed me over. He never stabbed me in the back. He's always been right there by my side. And most importantly, we had that presidential debate. I want you to think about this. You saw two very powerful men up there. Ask yourself this. Would Donald J. Trump or Joe Biden, would they carry a cross and die for you? Absolutely not. They would probably get scared and pee themselves or soil themselves if it comes down to it. But my Lord Jesus Christ went all the way. And for a man to take my place on Calvary's cross that was rightfully my death, hey, I'm going to follow him till I die, and then he'll be waiting for me. And he's 100% man, also 100% God, without leaving his deity behind. Before I get off here, I would like to tell you that we do have a church for you, Determined Ministries Church. We go live 5 o'clock p.m. every Sunday night, 5 o'clock p.m. And Steve, we just got confirmation. We're going to be having live music. We got a great group of guys that's going to be coming and picking and singing some of your favorite old gospel songs at our baptismal service. I have a feeling this thing's going to really shape up and be a great place. And listen, even if you're, you know, on the, you know, you're on the fence, you're like, well, you know, I don't know if I want to come or not, you know, just come on and just come on and just be with us. We love to have you. I like to see you on Sunday night. You know, this means a lot for us to see your name pop up there, and I always smile. I love having you. But I also don't want you to forget about another show that comes on after Determined Ministries Church. Do you have any clue what that is, Steve, that show?
Yeah, well, we will have an abbreviated week next week because we'll be here Sunday night into Monday morning, Monday into Tuesday, but that would be the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
That is correct. And Steve, you know, I just ordered a brand new cross. So we're going to be having, not this Sunday, but next Sunday, we'll be having a brand new cross. And I went to Amazon for that. But if you want to support the Steve Summers, the Overnight Drive show, I want to tell you about the website that Steve has called overnightdrive.com. And you can listen. You can go support the show. Steve, you have travel mugs. You have T-shirts. And like I said, I like to see them in different colors. and I love rocking black because I'm kind of a fat guy, and I think black, when I stare at myself in the mirror, it makes me look skinnier, kind of like, the Yankees got pinstripes to make Babe Ruth look skinnier. But I would like to see multiple colors. And listen, I talk about this because I ordered a Christian shirt, and Steve was shipped with me ordering shipping and handling cost me over $30. Your site, overnightdrive.com, $14.98, I believe it is, for an Overnight Drive t-shirt. And Steve, that is a value. And guys, here I'm talking about this, Steve don't pay me no money. Hot Shot Secret don't pay me no money. I mean, I kind of wish they would, but they're not going to do that, But that, Steve, that's a value. That is a value. I mean, so you can support the show, but even in these hard times that Biden has created, and you're hurting for money, look, those stickers cost 50 cents. You can order 20 of them, hand them out, put them on things, help support the show. And we love you, God's children. Please, 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 this 4th of July, if I do not call in again, do not take one of those mortars and lay down on the street, put it on your chest and try and shoot it off. You're going to kill yourself.
Yep.
What I'm saying is have some common sense, have some responsibility if you're going to shoot off fireworks. And for our older listeners, we're not in our teens or 20s no more. We're not as fast as what we used to be. So let's have some common sense. Be safe out there. Please don't call up Steve Summers' show and say, well, I went to the hospital because I blew 2 of my fingers off. Please have some common sense, God's children. We want to see you come back full body and spirit when Steve comes back live again after our vacation, and I'll be taking off Thursday and Friday as well. That being said, God's children, everyone have a safe weekend, and remember this, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do, it's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, or Brother Rambler can love you, and I do, and God bless you. You have a great weekend. Steve, I'll talk to you Tuesday night.
All right, we'll look forward to that, and that is correct. And he's right about that. Those mortars have really, years ago when they first came out with the Class C common fireworks, the little mortar balls, those weren't all that powerful. You could maybe hold the tube in your hand and launch them, but over the years, they've got much, much more powerful, and the force of the launch out of that tube is so great, and it happens every year. As he said, some teenagers, they'll actually lay down and put the mortar tube like on their chest so they can get the viral video. And when that mortar launches, it stops their heart. They'll go into cardiac arrest. I remember a couple of years ago I shared where some dumbass had one of those big mortar tubes. He held it, light it up, and he holds it so it'll launch off his head. Broke his damn neck, killed him. People, you can die doing stupid things. That's what you call Darwin Award winners. But be safe. Follow the instructions, as they say. Well, good morning, Scarecrow, on a casual Friday.
Now, I did not hear specifically, Steve. Reading between the lines, I think we can still participate with our bottle rocket battles and such. I'm thinking you probably maybe participated in a war with bottle rockets growing up.
And even a Roman candle or two.
Okay, you took the words out of my mouth on that one.
Yeah.
Yep, there's no hiding behind the rock on this one there, pal.
Guilty as charged.
You're being a little bit yeah, but it's called making memories, right? You're being a little bit presumptuous there, Steve, and letting your listeners know that you're off next Friday. Now I'm letting you off the hook here, Steve. As you know,
I didn't get a text message yet. I did not get a. Well, that's right. You won't find out till later today whether I'm working, huh?
Well, you're off the hook here, Steve. I found out a couple hours back that no, I'm not going out Thursday night, so you can go ahead and plan some family festivities
All
or
right.
activities or however you. Yeah, and a thank you is not necessary. No. Well, I may hold it over your head down the road, but that's for the future.
Yeah.
The Ten Commandments. Steve, something else that's been so missing in our schools is the red, white, and blue, and the Pledge of Allegiance. Something as simple as that. It just the whole entire school system has been in a downfall ever since the courts said they got to go. Well, I think flags are still displayed, but not respected as they were at one point in time. That's for certain. Oh man. We're gonna reflect a little back here. As the week has gone by, I haven't had a chance to comment on a few things here. I heard Monkey Gouge earlier in the week. I think he was referencing their plane flight when they flew out there. Was he a little bit disgruntled or not impressed with the way it went?
Yeah.
It seemed like that's the way it...
Correct. And I think he said he's Southwest Airlines. He ain't going to fly them again.
Well, we've done Southwest before, and we've never had a problem, with them. But any travelers out there, and I don't know if intercontinental flights, go with the wide bodies or not, but a transcontinental, if you ever have a chance to upgrade your seating, do it. I mean, I realize it's about dollars and cents, but we were fortunate when we went to Korea there. Our kids, when they booked the seats, they went with the Delta Premium or Delta Select. That's what it was. We flew Delta, and they give you a couple extra inches of width in the seats. They're set about 3 to 4 inches farther apart, so a lot more leg room, which allows the seat to recline more. Service is, I guess you have to call it better. You're eating off of china or at least hard plates versus plastic and styrofoam, that type of thing. But and to show you the prime example here, what I'm getting at, Stewie was stateside here a couple weeks back for a week of survival training, and when he came stateside, he flew back in steerage. Going home, he flew Delta Select. Now, they are coming back here in October, and they'd booked their flights a while back. And I told him, well, what we'll do, your mom and I will upgrade your seats to, Delta Select instead of sitting back in steerage that whole distance. And he said, no, nothing like that, Dad. We can't have that. Well, guess what? It was only a couple of days back he announced, yep, they're going to fly Delta Select coming home now here too. So yeah, anytime there's an opportunity to expand and bring a little more luxury into your travel versus just status quo, go for it. One more thing, given this is truly casual Friday, Steve, we would not be without a little casualness here. This is also earlier in the week. One of your listeners, I wasn't listening when they checked in or checking in. He made the comment that he was going to tip back some hams.
Yes,
Hams beer.
I recall.
Well, did hams ever make it down in your market, Steve? Do you ever see it on your shelves?
I think I think they've got it at some locations around here. I've never tried a hams.
Yeah, well, it's kind of entry level beer, but Hams had the coolest promotions through the years, and you've maybe seen bar signs that the water actually looks like it's moving. animations and from the land of sky blue water. They had commercials with the bears and the drums but what I'm getting at here, Steve, they had back in the mid-late 60s, a promotion more than anything. It was about a gallon quantity. It looked like a miniature keg. It was spun aluminum, then with a little tapper on top, kind of a kegerator arrangement, self-contained. Well, my dad, he had one of those in the refrigerator at home, and temptation got the best of me.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, one time when the folks were gone. Steve, that was the first beer I ever consumed was Hamm's. So when that individual the other morning, referenced he was down in some Hamm's, I thought, oh, there's a memory maker right there. So and just coincidentally, I'm gonna have to restock on the way home this morning. So there may be a little bit of Hamm's that follows me home there, Steve.
I'll be darned.
We'll call it a week on my end. We'll let you take care of it here. Have a pleasant weekend, man.
All right, you do the same. Thanks for checking in. And, we'll chat sometime next week, at least early in the week. All right, as we roll into the weekend, what do you see? River flooding has been a big concern throughout the past, week or so, and it's often, they call it a slow-moving natural disaster. Some of those secondary rivers beginning to reduce levels. The major tributaries continue to rise, and that it may take weeks for the flooding to peak before it begins to recede. Forecasters are concerned that this particular surge of water, as it advances downstream over the Central Plains, the upper Midwest, and the mid-Mississippi Valley, as they're looking at additional rounds of heavy rains into next week. We may be watching the National Weather Service actually increasing those peak predicted water levels even higher in some locations where we've already seen in some cases record territory flooding, rivers reaching levels they had never seen before. All right, so be safe out there as you travel. For those who may be taking the entire week off next week, be safe. Enjoy your Independence Day. We'll be back here Sunday night into Monday morning to kick off the new week. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I